pengetahuan, wawasan, dan tentunya relasi. Saya juga mendapatkan informasi mengenai program S2 dan PKL di UMT Malaysia. Jadi untuk teman-teman, tunggu apa lagi? Yuk bergabung dan daftar di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan ikuti segala bentuk kegiatan internasionalnya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya menjadi delegasi yang alhamdulillah diberi kesempatan untuk melaksanakan praktik kerja lapang di Fakulty of Fisheries KZSF University di Bangkok, Thailand. Di sana saya mendapatkan banyak sekali pengalaman yang tidak bisa didapat hanya di Indonesia saja. Di sana saya bertahan hidup bersama 7 teman saya dan bagaimana saya mendapatkan sedikit makna kehidupan di sana. Jadi buat teman-teman sekalian yang belum bisa berkesempatan untuk ke sana, saya tunggu kalian.
2019 kemarin saya mengikuti konferensi internasional di Busan, South Korea, Cisak. Ya, saya mendapat nominasi sebagai Best Presentation in Food Science. Jadi, untuk rekan-rekan semua, silahkan bergabung dan mengeksplorasi betapa kayanya perikanan dan kelautan Indonesia sampai mancanegara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Di sini saya sebagai delegasi acara International Fisheries Symposium yang diadakan di Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Kesan pesan saya selama mengikuti kegiatan di sana yaitu saya mendapatkan banyak informasi terkait bidang aquaculture dan pengolahan hasil perikanan yang dimana sangat potensial sekali bisa dikembangkan di Indonesia. Pesan saya untuk adik-adik yang lainnya, diharapkan adik-adik yang lainnya bisa mengikuti acara serupa sehingga bisa mendapatkan pengalaman serta informasi terkait bidang perikanan.
Di sini kami merupakan delegasi dari program internship yang dilakukan di Universitas Malaysia Terengganu. Di sana kami mendapatkan pengalaman yang banyak sekali, mulai dari melakukan mini project hingga mengikuti seminar internasional oleh Cina yang dilakukan di Universitas Malaysia Terengganu. Dan juga kita dapat mengeksplor mengenai penyakit pada ikan dan mengetahui informasi dunia perikanan secara global. Jadi, yuk jangan takut masuk dunia perikanan.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemik ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi, kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquaculture sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya. Sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal life, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemi belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen, sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal life di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya, dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting, guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana. Berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah. Dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Alifian Sariski Arjen. Saya mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Halo, nama aku Elvanur Faida dari Prodi Aquakultur tahun 2017.
Nama saya Muhammad Zaki dari Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Korina Sinta Berliana.
Saya Arif Rubiana Basarah dari Teknologi Hasil Perikanan Angkatan 2017.
Saya Cindy Novia Ayun, mahasiswa Teknologi Hasil Perikanan.
Nama saya Diandra Hartono.
Nama saya Mairuf Mursidah, Aquakultur 2017.
Dan perkenalkan, nama saya Zulfa Arfatul Jannah dari Aquakultur 2017 Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Saya merupakan delegasi dari program Student Assimilation University Brunei Darussalam. Kegiatan kami bertujuan untuk melakukan kerjasama antara Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dengan Faculty of Science yang ada di UBD. Kegiatan lain yang kami lakukan sangat menyenangkan. Di antaranya kami juga melakukan visit culture. Kemudian kita juga melakukan seminar dengan student yang ada di sana. Selain itu, kita juga melakukan kunjungan ke beberapa tempat yang ada di Brunei Darussalam. Maka dari itu, silahkan bergabung dengan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dan dapatkan pengalaman terbaikmu di negara impianmu. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya merupakan salah satu delegasi yang dikirim untuk mengikuti event The Third Ocean Camp yang diselenggarakan oleh National Taiwan Ocean University. Di sana kami belajar tentang dunia perikanan dan di sana kami juga belajar tentang budaya Taiwan. Nah, bagi adik-adik yang ingin merasakan sensasi belajar dan berlibur di luar negeri, maka dari itu silakan gabung bersama kami di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. Terima kasih.
Program yang aku ikutin berjudul Tropical Aquaculture Workshop dengan tema Oyster Breeding di Raja Manggala University of Technology Sriwijaya. Jadi kesan-kesan yang saya dapatkan dari student exchange ini, yang pertama adalah ilmu, yang kedua kebudayaan, dan yang terpenting adalah pengalaman hebat yang saya dapatkan di sana. Karena hal tersebut nggak bisa kita dapatkan di Indonesia. Tunggu apa lagi? Ayo lanjutkan studimu di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya.
Saya sebagai delegasi pada kegiatan Student Academic Assimilation 2019 bersama Universitas Malaysia Terengganu. Bagi saya, kegiatan ini sangat berkesan karena dapat menambah wawasan tentang perkembangan teknologi perikanan di Malaysia sendiri.
Di sini saya merupakan salah satu delegasi dari program kegiatan internasional dan merupakan program tahunan dari Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga, yaitu Student Assimilation antara UMT, yaitu Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science. Nah, di sini selain mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan, wawasan, dan tentunya relasi, saya juga mendapatkan informasi mengenai program S2 dan PKL di UMT Malaysia. Jadi untuk teman-teman, tunggu apa lagi? Yuk bergabung dan daftar di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan ikuti segala bentuk kegiatan internasionalnya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya menjadi delegasi yang alhamdulillah diberi kesempatan untuk melaksanakan praktik kerja lapang di Fakulty of Fisheries KasetSert University di Bangkok, Thailand. Di sana saya mendapatkan banyak sekali pengalaman yang tidak bisa didapat hanya di Indonesia saja. Di sana saya bertahan hidup bersama 7 teman saya dan bagaimana saya mendapatkan sedikit makna kehidupan di sana. Jadi buat teman-teman sekalian yang belum bisa berkesempatan untuk ke sana, saya tunggu kalian.
Tahun 2019 kemarin saya mengikuti konferensi internasional di Busan, South Korea, Cisak. Ya, saya mendapat nominasi sebagai Best Presentation in Food Science. Jadi, untuk rekan-rekan semua, silahkan bergabung dan mengeksplorasi betapa kayanya perikanan dan kelautan Indonesia sampai mancanegara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Di sini saya sebagai delegasi acara International Fisheries Symposium yang diadakan di Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Kesan pesan saya selama mengikuti kegiatan di sana yaitu saya mendapatkan banyak informasi terkait bidang aquaculture dan pengolahan hasil perikanan yang dimana sangat potensial sekali bisa dikembangkan di Indonesia. Pesan saya untuk adik-adik yang lainnya, diharapkan adik-adik yang lainnya bisa mengikuti acara serupa sehingga bisa mendapatkan pengalaman serta informasi terkait bidang perikanan.
Di sini kami merupakan delegasi dari program internship yang dilakukan di Universitas Malaysia Terengganu. Di sana kami mendapatkan pengalaman yang banyak sekali, mulai dari melakukan mini project hingga mengikuti seminar internasional oleh Cina yang dilakukan di Universitas Malaysia Terengganu.
Dan juga kita dapat mengeksplor mengenai penyakit pada ikan dan mengetahui informasi dunia perikanan secara global. Jadi, yuk jangan takut masuk dunia perikanan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring. selama masa pandemik ini. Sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi, kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquakultur sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga, proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya, dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya, sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal life, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemi belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen, sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal life di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting, guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana, berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah, dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Ada nggak YouTube-nya?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Mirda Elisa Fitri dari Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Alifian Rizky Arjun. Saya mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Halo, nama aku Elva Nur Faida dari Prodi Aquakultur tahun 2017.
Nama saya Muhammad Zaki dari Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Korina Sinta Berliana.
Saya Arif Rubiana Basarah dari Teknologi Hasil Perikanan Angkatan 2017.
Saya Cindy Novia Yun, mahasiswa Teknologi Hasil Perikanan.
Nama saya Diandra Hartono.
Nama saya Mairif Kemursyidah, Aquakultur 2017.
Dan perkenalkan, nama saya Sulfa Arfaturjana dari Aquakultur 2017 Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga.
Saya merupakan delegasi dari program Student Assimilation University Brunei Darussalam. Kegiatan kami bertujuan untuk melakukan kerjasama antara Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dengan Faculty of Science yang ada di UBD. Kegiatan lain yang kami lakukan sangat menyenangkan. Di antaranya kami juga melakukan visit culture. Kemudian kita juga melakukan seminar dengan student yang ada di sana. Selain itu, kita juga melakukan kunjungan ke beberapa tempat yang ada di Brunei Darussalam. Maka dari itu, silahkan bergabung dengan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dan dapatkan pengalaman terbaikmu di negara impianmu. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya merupakan salah satu delegasi yang dikirim untuk mengikuti event The Third Ocean Camp yang diselenggarakan oleh National Taiwan Ocean University. Di sana kami belajar tentang dunia perikanan dan di sana kami juga belajar tentang budaya Taiwan. Nah, bagi adik-adik yang ingin merasakan sensasi belajar dan berlibur di luar negeri, maka dari itu silakan gabung bersama kami di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. Terima kasih.
Program yang aku ikutin berjudul Tropical Aquaculture Workshop dengan tema Oyster Breeding di Raja Manggala University of Technology Sriwijaya. Jadi kesan-kesan yang saya dapatkan dari student exchange ini, yang pertama adalah ilmu, yang kedua kebudayaan, dan yang terpenting adalah pengalaman hebat yang saya dapatkan di sana. Karena hal tersebut nggak bisa kita dapatkan di Indonesia. Tunggu apa lagi? Ayo lanjutkan studimu di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya.
Saya sebagai delegasi pada kegiatan Student Academic Assimilation 2019 bersama Universitas Malaysia Terengganu. Bagi saya, kegiatan ini sangat berkesan karena dapat menambah wawasan tentang perkembangan teknologi perikanan di Malaysia sendiri.
Di sini saya merupakan salah satu delegasi dari program kegiatan internasional dan merupakan program tahunan dari Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga, yaitu Student Assimilation antara UMT, yaitu Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science. Nah, di sini selain mendapatkan ilmu pengetahuan, wawasan, dan tentunya relasi, saya juga mendapatkan informasi mengenai program S2 dan PKL di UMT Malaysia. Jadi untuk teman-teman, tunggu apa lagi? Yuk bergabung dan daftar di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan ikuti segala bentuk kegiatan internasionalnya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya menjadi delegasi yang alhamdulillah diberi kesempatan untuk melaksanakan praktik kerja lapang di Fakultas of Fisheries KSF University di Bangkok, Thailand. Di sana saya mendapatkan banyak sekali pengalaman yang tidak bisa didapat hanya di Indonesia saja. Di sana saya bertahan hidup bersama 7 teman saya dan bagaimana saya mendapatkan sedikit makna kehidupan di sana. Jadi buat teman-teman sekalian yang belum bisa berkesempatan untuk sana, saya tunggu kalian.
Tahun 2019 kemarin saya mengikuti konferensi internasional di Busan, South Korea, Cisak. Ya, saya mendapat nominasi sebagai Best Presentation in Food Science. Jadi, untuk rekan-rekan semua, silahkan bergabung dan mengeksplorasi betapa kayanya perikanan dan kelautan Indonesia sampai mancanegara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Di sini saya sebagai delegasi acara International Fisheries Symposium yang diadakan di Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Kesan pesan saya selama mengikuti kegiatan di sana yaitu saya mendapatkan banyak informasi terkait bidang aquaculture dan pengolahan hasil perikanan yang dimana sangat potensial sekali bisa dikembangkan di Indonesia. Pesan saya untuk adik-adik yang lainnya, diharapkan adik-adik yang lainnya bisa mengikuti acara serupa sehingga bisa mendapatkan pengalaman serta informasi terkait bidang perikanan.
Di sini kami merupakan delegasi dari program internship yang dilakukan di Universitas Malaysia Terengganu. Di sana kami mendapatkan pengalaman yang banyak sekali, mulai dari melakukan mini project hingga mengikuti seminar internasional oleh Cina yang dilakukan di Universitas Malaysia Terengganu.
Dan juga kita dapat mengeksplor mengenai penyakit pada ikan dan mengetahui informasi dunia perikanan secara global. Jadi, yuk jangan takut masuk dunia perikanan.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Maybe before we start this event, I'd like to greet some of the participants here. Well, I hope we all have a great morning this morning. I believe that we all already have breakfast, right? Is there anyone who hasn't had breakfast yet? Oh. Well, I'm a little bit heartbroken because no one answered me. Maybe I'll just pick one of you to have a little chat with me. Will it be okay? Of course it will be okay. Maybe I will choose. Well, why don't we start with Professor Albert? Professor Albert, can you hear me?
Yes, Amin. Fauzan, I was hoping you wouldn't call my name.
Do not wrong me.
Of course, I'm gonna pick you first, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine as well, sir. Well,
hello, Professor Albert.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, nice to meet you again.
Yeah, nice to meet you again. And in such a new way, Prof. Murni. Online.
What time is it
have you had your
in
breakfast?
Taiwan?
It's
Now what time is it?
10:26.
Oh, your student, you have the new student, Hadi.
Hadi, yes.
Yeah.
Hadi's doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah,
Yes.
and your old student, Mr. Amin.
Well, yeah, I see him somewhere online. Yeah, quietly listening.
He continued to study in Austria.
Yeah, we spoke when we spoke recently. Yes. Nice to see you back in Indonesia, Armin. Safe and sound.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
I had breakfast, Fauzan, to answer your question.
Oh.
I had cereal.
I thought you
very
didn't hear me. Thank you for
very light
answering.
breakfast because I'm a bit nervous. This is my first
Are
time
you?
to do an online
serious?
presentation.
serious?
So I'm
I
very,
guess
nervous. I'm sweating.
I guess it's all our first time, sir. It's also my first time to be here
Alright
in
then.
online seminar. Yeah.
I hope we
I'm
have fun
quite-
today learning.
Yeah, I'm quite nervous as well. It's not only you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look
this
flawless,
is-
sir.
Thank you. You look
With
well
that
too.
suit and tie. Oh,
It's
thank
as
you.
if you all seem pretty healthy. I'm very happy to see you guys are in good health and in good spirits.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're in a fine condition here. Don't worry. So, for your announcement, ladies and gentlemen, this event will start at 9:30, and maybe we will wait for 2 more minutes before we officially start. So maybe I'm gonna choose one of you again to have a little chat with me. Maybe Valentino Pasari, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Maybe
Hello.
maybe you can turn on your camera so we all can see you.
Yes, it's already on.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
Thank you, thank you. I'm also well. I'm so well here. So, are you excited to be here?
I'm really excited to hear all about the aquaculture, the education, sir.
Well, that's good to hear because yes, we will have extraordinary keynote speakers here. And I hope that we all will gain some new knowledge and some new ideas about fisheries and marine biotechnology.
Yes,
Well,
I hope I have a lot of education here.
Yes. It's already, well, thank you, Mr. Valentino, for your participation to chat with me. It's very, very pleasing. It's already 9:28. Maybe we can just start this event. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first annual meeting on Fisheries and Marine Biotechnology held by Fisheries and Marine Faculty of Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. As we all may have known that we are here to expand our knowledge by listening to extraordinary keynote speakers from various backgrounds. And for today, our special theme will be a recent advance on sustainable aquaculture, fisheries, and marine biotechnology. The Honorable Dean of Fisheries and Marine Faculty, Professor Dr. Mirni Lamid. The Honorable First, Second, and Third Vice Dean of Fisheries and Marine Faculty, Mrs. Endang Dewi Masito, Mr. Muhammad Arif, and Mrs. Wahyu Cahyaningsi. The Honorable Chairman of this annual meeting, Mr. Kiki Adi Kurnia, PhD. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Albert Charles, Associate Professor Nurul Huda, Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzzaman, and last, Professor Sonia Ventura. Also, I would like to greet all my beloved participants. Once more, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a huge honor to have you all here. As your master of ceremony, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Fauzan. I am an undergraduate student of Fisheries and Marine Faculty, currently studying in Fisheries Product Technology. Before we step to our next agenda, please allow me to read the rundown of the event. The first one is singing of Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. The second one will be greeting from our chairman, Mr. Kiki Adi Kurnia, PhD. The next one is opening remark from our dean, Professor Dr. Mirni Lamid. And the next is our first main agenda, which is keynote session with Professor Albert Charles and Associate Professor Nurul Huda, led by Mr. Goyatul Amin. After the first main agenda, we will have a break. And then after the break, we'll have our second main agenda, which is keynote session with Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzzaman and Professor Sonia Ventura. This discussion will be led by Mr. Kustiawan. And then finally, we'll have closing remark by our third Vice Dean, Mrs. Wahyu Cahyaningsih. To save up time, let's step up to our next agenda, which is the singing of Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To all participants, please give a round of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your humble participation. The next agenda is greeting from our chairman, Mr. Kiki Adi Kurnia, PhD. To Mr. Kiki, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning from Surabaya, Indonesia. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you here in the first annual meeting in Fishery and Marine Biotechnology. I'm very grateful to our keynote speaker, Professor Albert from Taiwan, also Professor Nurul Huda, and Professor Sonia Ventura, I think will join with us later on because now it's still 3 AM in Portugal. So I'm very grateful for our keynote speaker for taking time off from your busy schedule to attend this important annual meeting. Professor Mini, let me inform you that we have more than 250 participants from all over Indonesia. They all come from different walk of life. Some of them are lecturer, researcher, university student, and also government employee. It shows that our topic of very first annual meeting is very significant. Indeed, as Indonesian government agenda is to optimize the marine resources, sustainable aquaculture, fishery, and marine biotechnology have become essential implementation. In this context, novel research, innovation in the field of fisheries and marine biotechnology, I think could support Indonesia's main agenda. Thus, we can learn later on how Taiwan, Malaysia, Bangladesh, or Portugal overcome or strategy and also innovate in the field of marine biotechnology. I will not take more time from you all. Let me close my speech by thanking the organizing committee for their works and spirit dedication, because some of them, they haven't slept from last night to prepare all of the agenda to make sure everything fine for our distinguished speaker as well as for our participant. Thank you. I'm return back the time to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kiki for your awesome speech. Now, we would like to invite Professor Mirni Lamid the Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, to deliver a remark to officially open the first annual meeting on Fisheries and Marine Biotechnology. To Professor Mirni Lamid, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Time for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to one and all present in Indonesia. Selamat pagi dan salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Dear respected Professor Albert Charles, Associate Professor Nurul Huda, how are you? Both of you, and nice to meet you again. And thank you for Assistant Professor Muhammad Azaduzzaman from Bangladesh. And the last, thank you for Assistant Professor Sonia Ventura. Regard and nice to meet you, both of you. And distinguished guests, faculty and academic staff, my dear students, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for your joining with us. It is a matter of great honor for me to welcome all of you to the first annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology. Today, we all have gathered here to discuss a crucial topic on the recent trend of sustainable aquaculture, fisheries, and marine biotechnology. We have amongst us several distinguished personalities who are highly qualified and possess vast knowledge and experience in the field of aquaculture, fisheries, and marine biotechnology. Since our President Joko Widodo has declared Indonesia is the poros maritim dunia, Indonesia endures big burdens as the country must have significant impacts on optimizing fisheries and marine resources in pursuing the sustainable development of aquaculture, aquatic resources, and the environment, as well as food security in the world. Thus, we are eager to hear from our respected keynote speaker about their ideas and innovation in the field of aquaculture, fisheries, and marine biotechnology. We would like to learn from our respected keynote speaker how Taiwan, from the Professor Albert Charles, Malaysia, from the Associate Professor Nurul Huda, Bangladesh, from the Muhammad Azaduzzaman, and from the Assistant Professor Sonia Ventura from the Portugal, optimize their marine resources. Hopefully, their strategy and innovation could also be applied for the sustainable development of aquaculture, fisheries, and marine biotechnology in Indonesia. I'm sure that you all will feel enriched with knowledge after completion of this event. Thus, furthermore, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to officially open the first annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology. I hope that you all will have a great time ahead. And I say thank you for the committee to hold this annual. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Mirni, for the wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda, which is the first keynote session. Today, we are very pleased to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, namely Professor Albert Charles and Associate Professor Nurul Huda. This discussion will be led by Mr. Goyatul Amin, Master of Science. Before we start this session, let me briefly introduce you to our moderator. Mr. Muhammad Nur Goyatul Amin, Master of Science, is a lecturer, faculty ambassador, and researcher in the Department of Marine, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. He graduated from Universitas Trunojoyo for his bachelor degree and got his master double degree in Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, and National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. He is currently a PhD student of Food Chemistry, University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences, Austria. To Mr. Goyatul, time is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony who give me chance to list this agenda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, our outstanding keynote speakers. First of all, let me briefly introduce you about me. I'm Muhammad Nur Goyatul Amin. I'm today's moderator who will lead the first keynote speech session, which will be delivered by our two outstanding speakers, namely Professor Albert Linton Charles and also Associate Professor Nurul Huda. Let me explain to you a little bit about the keynote speech sessions. The keynote speech sessions will take totally 1.5 hours, which each speaker will speak approximately 30 minutes. And the first speaker will be Professor Albert Linton Charles, who will be talking about characterizations of freeze-dried microencapsulations tuna fish oil with arrowroot starch and maltodextrin. The speech will be very interesting since Indonesia has a lot of source of fish oil, and there are many informations should be delivered by our outstanding speaker of Professor Albert Linton Charles. All right, let me introduce you about Professor Albert Linton Charles. Professor Albert Linton Charles is the full-time professor of food biochemistry in the Department of Tropical Agriculture and International Cooperation at National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. He has published a lot of research on the functional food and food biochemistry in the journal with a high impact factor. Professor Albert Linton Charles used to be our adjunct professor in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga in 2018 and 2019, and has contributed significantly a lot in our faculty and for sure for Indonesia. All right, for the first keynote speech, would like to invite Professor Albert Linton Charles. Please, time is yours.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Albert,
yes.
You might start doing presentation.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Amin, for your kind introduction. And may I say thank you and hello to Indonesia and to the more than 250 participants of this first conference on fisheries and marine biotechnology. I'm very happy to be here to be sharing this time with you. And I will start my presentation with by briefly introducing my topic. Will be on the characterization of freeze-dried microencapsulation tuna fish oil with arrowroot starch and maltodextrin. And my outline will include the introduction. I will give a brief background of what is microencapsulation, and I will talk about some of the techniques that we've used to develop or to innovate tuna fish oil. We'll also be looking at the results and discussing some of the results that we've seen so far and published so far, and I will give my concluding remarks and some of my references. Of course, we are very familiar with with tuna, with tuna fish oil, and we know some of the health benefits of tuna fish oil, which include tuna fish oil being very good for your heart, and also they're excellent sources of vitamin B12, and these are rich. Tuna fish oil is rich in vitamins and may also play a very important role in reducing the cardiovascular risks. It also contains vitamin A, such as 1.3%, and it will, of course, benefit vision, especially in the long term. And Southeast Asia, according to World Health Organization findings, have very endemic problems with vision. So this is one area that is of concern for my research personally, to see this type of problems eradicated, especially in this 21st century. It's also, tuna is also a rich source of mineral phosphorus, and also rich in protein, so those people who are interested in bodybuilding can benefit from the rich protein content of tuna fish oil. Surprisingly, it also is low in calories. So those of you who are also contemplating weight management or weight loss can also benefit from including tuna fish oil in your diet, as well as reducing muscle cramp. Of course, because of its muscle content and also rich source of proteins, at least 2/3 of the daily value in 1 4-ounce serving, tuna can provide the protein, and as well as we've already said, it's low in carbohydrates. It's rich in selenium, as well as an excellent source of vitamin D. Now, this is an interesting note because today we are gripped, the world actually is gripped in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic, and there are medical associations and medical scientists, and as well as some publications are putting out there that vitamin D can actually contribute to, let me rephrase myself, a deficiency of vitamin D can actually increase the risk of increasing COVID-19. Now, I am not let's say confirming, there is no confirmation, but there is evidence, there is research or scientific evidence that increasing the vitamin D, dietary vitamin D, can actually reduce acute respiratory syndromes and infections, which by and large could lead to reducing the impact of COVID-19, especially as our age increases and our immune system would become weaker. Of course, these are some of the background of the various tuna fish that are in existence. For example, the albacore is quite popular in the US for its for canned fish, and as you can see, the Tonga bluefin and the yellowfin is actually a fast-growing area, and it has an average lifespan of 4 to 8 years. Okay, and it also mercury concentrations will fall at moderate levels. So there is a possibility of there is a question of food safety when eating those foods. Now, of course, so some of the benefits of fish oil include being a rich source of the omega-3 fatty acids, such as EPA and And some of the benefits will include DHA and EPA will include increasing brain function, as well as preventing heart diseases and reducing inflammation. Also, there's lots of research that will talk about preventing cancer, lowering blood pressure, preventing asthma, and this sort. So all these are benefits of sorry, my computer is giving me problems, so I need to. All right, so but however, some of the problems that are associated with tuna fish oil is the oxidation. It oxidizes very easily at room temperature, for example, and it has a low water solubility. And of course, we all are familiar with the undesirable or unpleasant taste of tuna fish oil, and it has a pungent odor. So the challenge that food processors, food developers are faced with when it comes to dealing with tuna fish oil is preventing and reducing oxidation. This is a serious issue that that still is limiting the widespread application and use of tuna fish oil in the food industry. So as a food biochemist, I am interested in preventing and reducing oxidation, and more importantly, improving the technology to include tuna fish oil in our foods. And we in our lab we look at some of the background, such as the capsule is odorless. It's already, we are all familiar with it. It's odorless. There's an extensive shelf life. It also provides release at control rates, and those are very important factors that we consider for approaching tuna fish oil. However, there is the problem of having your introducing these capsules into your food. So there is only one way we can take these capsules, by oral ingestion. Another problem with the capsule is the use of the material of the gel that is used to produce this the membrane. The membrane is actually from let's say extracted from pork or beef, and which is a problem for maybe Indonesia and other countries where halal is a very important factor in food processing. So what we've come up with, this is one of our photos that we are introducing to you as the microcapsule, which we're promoting to able to extend the shelf life and also have the same function, extending the shelf life, release control rates as the capsule, as well as now we come to the main issue here, which is solving the halal issue, because with these microcapsules, we're actually using polysaccharides. We're using starch polysaccharides to replace the gelatin that is used to produce the more popular household product. And of course, it remains odorless. Of course, microencapsulation, let me introduce microencapsulation, is a technique which involves entrapping or packaging and sealing a solid gas or material inside what we call a secondary, more stable wall material. So this technique right now is used in the pharmaceutical and food industry. And what it does is it will enable the protection of these core material that will be stored on the inside, okay? And two techniques which are popularly used presently is the spray drying and freeze drying. Of course, there are other methods such as spray granulation and liposome entrapment. And the microencapsulation is used to protect the core material, and by protecting it, by enclosing within it, we use what we call a polysaccharide material that is that we are interested in doing research, in researching. So I will introduce to you the type of microcapsules which exist. There is the multi-wall microcapsule, and then with various layers for protection, of course. And there is the matrix microcapsule. In addition to that, there is the irregular microcapsule, which we will share with you in some more detail. Two techniques which are popularly used in Taiwan is the spray drying technique and the freeze drying technique. But unfortunately, spray drying it has limited use because of the high temperature that will expose and trigger off the oxidation and in the tuna fish oil, which is our target core material. And however, an attractive alternative is the freeze drying. There is some advantages which involve the absence of air, minimizing the risk of oxidation, as well as we use the low temperature to carry out the microencapsulation of the fish oil. And in my research, we've come up with the need for protecting the core material from freezing, from low temperatures. And in my research, I have worked with one paper which I published in 2016 on the arrowroot starch, which I found was a cryoprotectant, and I thought we could use that to carry out our purpose, to see whether the arrowroot starch could behave as a cryoprotectant. Unfortunately, I had one student from Airlangga University who came to my lab to do a short-term 3-month undergraduate project, and I shared with her my idea, Unia, and she was very excited to do this research along with my PhD student, Hadi, which is currently my PhD student. So as you can see, we've looked at certain areas, certain benefits of freeze drying, such as absence of air, minimizing the risk of oxidation, as well as the cryoprotectant. And that cryoprotectant is in the form of a starch. And we are going to see how that came about. So the wall material, when considering microencapsulation, is of key importance because the wall material must keep or maintain the core material from leaking out during processing and moreover during storage, either for short-term or long-term. And the wall material will consist of protein. So we use a protein like whey protein, and on the inside we have the wall material, which is the starch polysaccharide. And some of the benefits will be, of course, as I said earlier, here is the wall material, a cross-section of the wall material. This is the wall material with the polysaccharide, simple bilayer, and a whey protein, or the protein on the outside. And this will hopefully, is supposed to keep all the core material, the fish oil, from leaking, because if there is leakage, then the product, the end product would not store for a very long time. So some of the benefits of using starch in particular is of its low cost hydrocolloid, also has high capacity to form matrix, and it serves as a very effective barrier from oxygen, and more importantly, low viscosity. So we can have low viscosity, we can experience low viscosity at high solid concentration in an emulsion. And this is very important. In other words, you wouldn't have to use too much of the microcapsules to obtain an emulsion. And of course, so if we move on, I would like to introduce the arrowroot. Arrowroot is a tropical plant of South American origin. I am not sure if you have arrowroot in Indonesia, but since it's tropical, I am pretty certain that it can grow in the high mountains of Borobudur, maybe, or some of the other high mountains that you have in Indonesia. It is widely distributed in the tropics, Southeast Asia, South America, and the rhizome, its rhizome is rich. This is what the rhizome looks like, and it is mainly used for starch. Traditionally, it was used in the Caribbean by the Aboriginal people for cereal, as a cereal for the elderly people, which had restricted dietary concerns, and as well as fit for infants. And the arrowroot starch, it possesses low protein, lipids, ashes, but however, it is rich in amylose and content, which promises a wide application in food product development. So for the last years, we've been looking I've been studying arrowroot, and this is a new approach, very innovative approach to using arrowroot starch as a wall material for fish oil micro encapsulation. And this is the first time I'm reporting my findings in our lab. This is the first time that we are sharing these findings in an international platform. Of course, the interest in functional food properties is increasing, and the focus is a lot on polyphenols. Polysaccharides composition is also gaining a lot of interest. Arrowroot starch, as I said, has been used as a medicinal food to treat diarrhea and also baby food. Most interestingly, arrowroot starch has, in my research, we found that arrowroot starch has a low glycemic index. So which means that people who are suffering with diabetes or who are living with the risk of developing diabetes, this could be a very useful food ingredient for in your diet. Of course, the maltodextrin is, let's say, the more popular wall material at present, which is used in the food industry in microencapsulation. So as you can see, it is a white starchy powder, and it is used to improve flavor, thickness, and shelf life. However, there's a lot of debate in the food industry as to whether maltodextrin is actually a safe food component. So there is a debate on whether it is safe for people who are living with diabetes or at the risk of developing diabetes. But these are divided opinions, and there is debate, and it is very interesting that there is a debate and then there is a solution. We can present a solution or an alternative to this debate. So of course, athletes will use, let's say, maltodextrin as a carbohydrate supplement, and where it may be useful for athletes because they burn a lot of energy. People who are living with obesity or diabetes, it may not be the ideal choice of a food component for these people. However, it is a very, very effective polysaccharide, and its derivatives are used in the wall as a wall material. All right, so the aim of our study was to microencapsulate tuna fish oil by freeze drying, and also to investigate the wall material potential of arrowroot starch, since no one has ever done this research yet. And also to look at some of the physicochemical properties and the oxidative stability of the tuna fish oil micro encapsules, as you can see here. So some of the materials that we used was the whey protein, arrowroot starch, and the whey protein, deionized water. We also, we were given tuna fish oil as a gift from a company in Taiwan, and of course, maltodextrin, and all the chemicals we used, of course. So we looked at various combinations because we are experimenting and also want to compare arrowroot starch to the maltodextrin. So we use these various combinations of maltodextrin, and we also use combinations of arrowroot starch. And we use, singly maltodextrin, singly arrowroot starch, and then combinations of maltodextrin and arrowroot starch to see how they performed either as a composite or single wall material. Okay, so in our makeup, we create what we call an emulsion. So we combine these maltodextrin and arrowroot starch either singly or in a composite, and we created an emulsion by the homogenization technique, and then we submitted the emulsion to freeze drying. And after freeze drying, very simple technique, we can obtain our microencapsulated tuna fish oil. Of course, I should be honest here, one of the disadvantages of the freeze drying technique is the expensive, all right? It's costly, this equipment, it is not cheap, okay? But that same technology, my argument is that same technology is used to give us instant coffee. So my hope is that as much as instant coffee is widely available on the market, then this sort of technique can be similarly used to transform the way that tuna fish oil and myriads of other marine bioactive products can be delivered to the consumer. All right, so these are some of the photos we have, the SEM scanning electron microscopy of the photos, as well as some of the biochemistry or biochemical effects such as peroxide values. These are the primary products of oxidation, as well as acid value, moisture content, water activity, encapsulation efficiency. This is one of the key factors we wanted to investigate, the encapsulation efficiency and the peroxide value. Okay, so we'll start off with the results. And so far, when we look at the encapsulation efficiency, we can see that these indicate these P1 and P2. They represent the maltodextrin, single maltodextrin. And if you compare, of course, as we increase maltodextrin, there is an increase in encapsulation efficiency. But if you compare, let's say, if you compare P3 and P4, where we use only arrowroot starch, we can see that as we increase arrowroot starch in P4, then the efficiency became negligible, or not, it was like negatively significant to using only the single maltodextrin. And when we combine maltodextrin with arrowroot starch, we saw an increase in the encapsulation efficiency. And from this alone, we can just close the chapter and say that, okay, based upon our results here, arrowroot starch could very well either supplement, for now we will use the term supplement maltodextrin and not necessarily replace maltodextrin altogether, but to supplement it. So where we can use less maltodextrin and more of a cheaper hydrocolloid, such as the arrowroot starch. All right, so the encapsulation efficiency, it reflects the quantity of the tuna fish encapsulated in the wall material. So from the previous slide, we saw that not at least arrowroot starch could create a wall material that would hold or keep or prevent the tuna fish oil from leaking during storage. And it is one of the encapsulation efficiencies, one of the key factors which we use to evaluate the potential of different wall materials. Also, as you can see, our encapsulation efficiency range from 80 to 86%. And compared to the literature, for example, Burjapa in 2010, they were only able to find encapsulation efficiency using chitosan which range from 60 to 80%. So our product is actually quite interesting. If we look at other experiments that we've conducted, like the peroxide value, acid value, moisture content, and water activity, those will indicate the storage ability of our product. And as you can see, from P1 all the way to P6, there is an increase in peroxide value. And that is to be expected because the maltodextrin here is an industrial indicator of a microencapsulation wall material. But here we are coming with our alternative arrowroot starch with a peroxide value of 8 to 9. And then from mixed with maltodextrin, there is a range from 7 to 9. However, we worked with a tuna fish oil that is canned, and based upon the various fish industries or boards that will decide on the safety issues of fish products. For canned fish, the maximum value of peroxide value is 10. But I should tell you that the maximum, of course, for fresh fish oil is accepted at 5 MEQ per kilograms of oil. Okay, and we saw other factors like acid value with a maximum range of 3, and moisture content maximum range of 4, as well as the water activity with a maximum range of 0.3. So the PV is actually very important measure of the primary products of oxidative degradation. And as I said earlier on, the British Pharmacopoeia fish oil type, they have indicated that, or set a regulation, the PV should be less than 10 MEQ for canned tuna fish oil. However, for fresh fish, the accepted value for PV should be 5 and below. And various food organizations and boards are hinting today that this value should actually be set lower than 5, just to prevent the oxidation of the products, especially after long storage. All right, the AV or acid value is an indicator of hydrolytic rancidity of many fish oil products in the market, and the accepted value should be less than 3, of course. The moisture content is an important indicator because it tells us about the water activity, which will enhance lipid oxidation. So the moisture content of our products range from 0.24 to 3, and it was well below the range of 4. And water activity, as we all know, will indicate whether this product can actually support the growth of microorganisms as well as lipid oxidation. And our results were much lower compared to those in the literature. And it's an indicator. Now, this slide is very important because we actually stored our product for 90 days. And of course, you should expect some sort of oxidation to occur over this time. And as you can see, the fresh tuna fish oil, after 90 days, fresh tuna fish oil increased in lipid oxidation, okay? And if you look at our products in particular, there was a minimal or slowed in the oxidation or release of or production of the primary oxidative and secondary products. And this is important because this actually means that our microencapsulation product could actually last for 90 days and perform quite well, almost below the maximum level for stored tuna fish oil, at this range. It was very interesting products. Of course, one of the secondary products is the T-bars, which is very, very useful indicator and that is one of the indicators for storageability. Okay. This is the products that we, pictures of our products, the SEM, and these are the mixture of the combinations of maltodextrin and arrowroot starch. And as you can see, it's one of those, the type of microcapsule, if you look closely, that they are embedded, they are microcapsules which are embedded within here, okay, within the maltodextrin. So this morphology is a sure indicator that our microcapsule was able to prevent leakage of the core material, which is the fish oil, over a period of time. Now, we've come up in support with this paper, Berger et al. 2008. Now, one of the key factors of microencapsulated fish oil is slow release mechanism, which is very important. So as you can see, the fish oil will enter the small intestines, large intestines, and over a period of time, as you can see, the let's say enzymes, bile acids in the small intestines will degrade at the polysaccharide wall material, and over a period of time will slowly release the tuna oil into the small intestines, and the consumer can benefit from this type of food product. So to conclude, microencapsulated tuna fish oil developed using arrowroot starch is quite a novel approach to delivering tuna fish oil to a wider section of our food consumers, but most importantly and hopefully delivering tuna fish oil at a much cheaper and affordable price for everyone. Of course, microencapsulated is attributed to lower activity, acid value, relative high encapsulation efficiency, improved oxidative stability, and increased shelf life for 90 days. So in our study, we've somehow demonstrated the novelty of arrowroot starch as a microencapsulation carrier. And of course, we are working with other polysaccharide material, especially from seaweeds. And we're hoping to investigate more on how these natural products can actually be more of use in the food industry. A very important aspect of using the starch is the starch is also a prebiotic, and as a prebiotic, it can provide a food source, a food supply for the probiotics which are living in our small and large intestines. So with the use of the arrowroot starch and the tuna fish oil, we have created a synergistic effect for the consumer, where they will receive the tuna fish oil at controlled levels, release control mechanism, as well as the polysaccharides will be sort of a food source for the probiotics. And these are some of our references that we used, and we've been able to receive the acceptance letter recently, and right now this information I'm sharing with you is in the press, in the food hydrocolloids. And I would like to, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of the National Science Council of Taiwan for this research, as well as the Directorate of Education, Universitas, Airlangga, and especially the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine of UNER. And I would like, for the co-authors of this research, I would like to pay special attention and pay, let's say, contribution of Yunia Rizky Saraswati, which is an alumni of the aquaculture program. She is one of the pioneers of this work. And at present, in my lab, I am hosting Anud Ahadi Abdillah, and he is also working on microencapsulation and he's going to be developing this idea into a product which, at the same time, learn the techniques, which I hope he will be able to transfer to Indonesia. Of course, we have other notable contributors like Dr. Endang Dewi Masita of the Department of Marine, and also Prof. Amin, who is also from the Department of Marine. These two professors were the advisors of the Bachelor Student Union. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih.
You are welcome. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for Professor Albert for the awesome speech. And also, I personally want to congratulate for your achievement to get accepted in the food hydrology. That's very awesome information.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Let me remind everyone who are willing to ask questions to our outstanding speakers, just adhere to the format which I have updated on the chat room. All right, you can even type your question from now after listening to Professor Albert's speech. Anyway, all right, for the next speaker, let me invite Associate Professor Nurul Huda, who will be talking about, who will be talking about the marine collagen as a potential wound healing material. Before Associate Professor Nurul Huda starting his speech, I would like to briefly introduce you about him. He is an associate professor in the Faculty of Food Science, University Malaysia Sabah. He is an Indonesian coming from West Sumatra, is currently working for a university abroad, and he has made a lot of publications to the journal with a high impact factor, especially in the scope of fisheries product technology. All right, for Professor Nurul Huda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nur Goyatul, and all to the respective Professor Albert Linton, and also all the keynote speaker. So, and also I would like to say thank you to the organizer, especially to Dr. Kiki, to introduce me to this very valuable conference. So, the title of my presentation is marine collagen as a potential wound healing material. So can I share my presentation, Mr. Muhammad Goyatul?
Yes, please, you might start doing presentation.
Okay. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, clear. Okay. Actually, together with me is Mr. Abdul Aziz Jaziri. He is one of my PhD students in my program. I'm come from Fakulty of Food Science and Nutrition, University Malaysia Sabah. So before I proceed my presentation, so let me introduce myself and also my university first, because maybe some of you not really familiar with my university. So actually, my university is quite famous as a green university because we surrounding with a very good environment. We near to the sea, we also near to the mountain, and our environment is very good for the growth of the knowledge. So why a lot of students come from a different country to conduct the postgraduate study here in University Malaysia Sabah. So actually, our university is located nearby to the sea. As you can see from the map, is Museum Sabah, and then we are lucky because we are surrounding with very good environment. So this is my faculty. This is my faculty. I'm under the Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition. So actually, our faculty consists of 4 different departments. One is a faculty of food, Department of Food Science and Nutrition. Second one is a Department of Food Bio Process and Technology. The third one is a Food Service Department, and the last one, the fourth one, is a Department of Nutrition. So just a little bit my my profile. So I welcome to all of the participants, especially for my friend from University Airlangga, to conduct this collaboration. Please feel free to email me or to WhatsApp me. Yeah, because I'm also looking for collaboration with some friend from University Airlangga. So before I proceed with my presentation, so let me introduce the outline of my presentation. The wound healing material, so involved the wound healing, I think better to explain a little bit about the wound healing process or wound healing mechanism. And then after that, I will proceed with existing development in wound healing process, followed by the potential of the fish collagen hydrolysis as a material for wound healing process. Then also need to explore or to explain the method that we can use to extract, to produce the fish collagen hydrolysis from different sources. And so in the end, current studies of the wound healing effect, wound healing process from different literature. And I will close the presentation with challenge and outlook of the potential wound healing agent, especially from marine fish, because most of the literature is come from not come from the marine fish, and because as well as Indonesia, Malaysia also on the country, tropical country, that still need to explore more detail about the potential of the marine fish as a source of the fish collagen hydrolysis. So this one is a scenario about the production of the fish. Maybe for this time being, we are not really depend to the marine fish anymore, because we need to develop aquaculture technology to produce more fish for our needs. So we can see, but the trend is similar. The trend is same. Maybe the contribution a little bit different, because in all day, most of the fish produced from the wild fish, from the marine fish. But for this time being, starting from 1999, something like that, the aquaculture played the important role for the production of the fish for human consumption. Then we can see the scenario how the food consumption is increased yearly from the 1950 to 2020. For maybe previously it's just only about approximately about 9 kilogram per capita per person, the fish consumption per person. But for this time being can be around 20 to 22 kilogram per capita per year, meaning the consumption of the fish is increased yearly, meaning that people, well, us still need to we still need we depend to the fish as a source of the protein, but at the same time we not able to use all of the fish that produce. With some of the around 35% of the fish and seafood is come to the waste, come to the byproduct, because we are not able to use efficiently all of the product. So approximately every year about 46 million tons of fish become as a byproduct. And then we need to think how to use this kind of byproduct, how to use the fish product efficiently. So a lot of technology that we can apply to use the byproduct. Maybe we can use, let's say, normally byproduct come from the skin, come from the internal organ, come from the heat, come from the scale of the fish. So maybe for, let's say, for the bone or skin, we can produce a gelatin or collagen. And then from the internal organ, maybe we can use as a raw material to produce a feed material for animal feed. Or maybe if we improve the technology, maybe we can produce extra enzyme from the internal organ or for different part of the fish body. But the new technology is also try to explore the ability of the bioproduct to produce a bioactive compound, whether with antioxidant activity or anti-productive activity, antimicrobe activity, or anti-mania, or anti-hypertensive. And also as a material for the wound healing agent. For my presentation, I will focus potential of the byproduct from the marine collagen as a raw material for the production of the wound healing agent. I don't, maybe a little bit, maybe we also need to discuss related with the potential of the byproduct as a raw material with antioxidant activity or anti-proliferative, anti-mania, anti-invasive, or anti-microbe. I think maybe some of us, because we are come from fisheries faculty, maybe we still remember it's around 3-4 years ago. It's in news how the Brazilian medical doctor try to use the skin from the tilapia to treat the people with bone accident. So I think it's not only for the people, but also for the animal. How they try to to use the tilapia skin, because at the time they use the tilapia skin to treat the patient with experience with the burning accident by using the skin of the tilapia. And look like this news is come attract more attention from the people about the potential of the skin or as a wound healing agent. So meaning previously we just focus look like the only way to use the fish skin is only to produce a gelatin. But with this news, we can see the ability of the fish skin not only as a raw material to produce a gelatin. Normally for the Muslim country is a halal gelatin, but also as a material for the wound healing agents. This one some picture how the Brazilian doctor and some medical doctor try to use the tilapia skin. Normally is related with the collagen to treat the people with bone experience with the accident, whether not only for the human but also for the animal. And this treatment come with a very good result. The ability of the fish skin to accelerate the wound healing process compared than conventional way by using the sterile saline or the standard drug or the treatment of the bone experience. So before we proceed with the detail of the process or about the ability or the potential of the marine collagen as a wound healing agent, we need to know the process of the wound healing. Actually, the process of the wound healing is very complex, but we can divide the wound healing process based on 4 phases. One is belong to hemostasis, next followed by inflammation, then proliferation, and the end is the restoration. So the time needed to complete the process is quite long, can be a week to month, depend to the health status of the patient. And then during the process, a lot of biochemical reaction is happen. And then for each phase is influenced by essential mediator like platelet, cytokinin, inflammatory cells, cellular, proteinaceous growth factor, and also accelerated factor. The factors that can accelerate the wound healing process. Yeah. Then the accelerated factor can contribute to fastering the process. So let's say if the normal way to complete the healing process can be 2 weeks, but if we add with some accelerator, maybe come from the collagen hydrolysis or come from a different natural ingredient, natural agent, it can make the process more faster. Let's say normally we take 3 weeks, but if we add some accelerator, maybe can complete the healing process 2 weeks only. So that's why is the key why we need to explore the sources, the agent will contribute as accelerator for the wound healing process. So is there some result from the scientists related about the potential sources as a wound healing accelerator. So actually for the wound healing accelerator, we can use it can be oil based, can be carbohydrate based, can be a protein based. For the oil based can be from fish oil or from the oil produced by bacteria. So for the carbohydrate base, it can be from the ketone or can be from a different raw material. But for the protein base, we can use collagen as a potential accelerator for the wound healing process. There's some you can refer to this table result from the previous researchers about the ability from the oil base to accelerate the healing process of the animal model. You can see here from the Caro in 2020 by using the fish oil from the heat of the hagfish and come with a conclusion that heat of the hair oil able to accelerate the wound healing process much faster than the control one. Same thing with the by using the ointment which produced from the bacteria of the micrococcus, able look like the ointment enhance the contraction of wound and come with the ability of this ointment to accelerate the wound healing process. We can also see how collagen, whether from the goat tendon or from the catfish, able to accelerate the healing process from the animal model. And then, because we want to focus for the raw material from the fish byproduct, meaning we need to focus the potential of the fish collagen as a wound healing material. Here's some of the evidence how the ingredient, how this one is published by Parkis and Parasdina, how the mixing of the aloe vera, honey, and milk able to accelerate the healing process compared to control one. Control one meaning they use only saline sterile to cover the wounding. So we can see from this slide for the group one consider using the control group only treat with the sterile saline. Then the group 2 by using the positive control using the silver sulfadiazine, and then group 3 by using the mixing honey, milk, and aloe vera 5%. So we can see between after the 28 days of the treatment, we can see the wound is totally closed. And then the treatment by using the honey, milk, and aloe vera look like come with better result comparison by using the control group eucerin or by using the positive control silver sulfadiazine. We can also see how the curcumin and also hyaluronic acid also able to use an accelerator for the wound healing process. We can see this one from this graph. You can see untreated meaning they only treat the animal by using the sterile saline. But if we use the curcumin, then the wound closure is much better as compared than untreated animal. And then if we use the hyaluronic acid, so the wound closure is much better compared than curcumin and treated. But if we combine the hyaluronic acid and curcumin, and then the wound closure process is much better. So meaning from this graph, from this result, we can see if we combine curcumin with hydrochloric acid, then we can able to make the healing process is much faster compared than control one. This, and then we can also use the oil-based. Previously, we use a plant-based curcumin, and then we can use the oil-based from the marine fish. This from this result, the author use the oil from the heat of the egg, and then we can compare the result, the treatment from the control one, and also using the Kikaflora. Kikaflora is a reference drug to treat the wound process. And then we can see this one by using the heat of the egg oil. The wound closure is much better. Within the 11 days, almost complete, almost 100% is closed. Compare then by using the reference drug, Kikaflora, only able to close 80%. And then the control one, they're using the saline sterile, only able to close the wound is around 60%. So then we can come with evidence the ability of the fish oil as accelerator for the wound healing process. Then we need to check with the collagen, because actually it's about the fish oil potential of the oil-based, carbohydrate-based, and also now we focus on the potency of the protein-based collagen as a material for the accelerator for during the wound healing process. So actually this one is most common one. So we can use the collagen, meaning collagen hydrolysis as a wound healing agent. So the collagen normally is derived. If we check the meaning of the collagen, collagen is derived from the Greek word, from the glue and to produce. Look like is a collagen is a component of tissue that produced when boiled the product like glue. But for the modern view of the the more modern view is that the collagen is a material extracellular matrix molecule that secret assembly to the cross-structural fiber and provide the support for the cell growth, and also it's possible for the mechanical resilience of the connective tissue. This is more on the definition of the collagen, because we need to understand the basic knowledge about the collagen as a raw material for the wound healing process. Actually, so far, around 29 type of collagen are explored by the scientists. So meaning the collagen is only one type. It's around 29 type of collagen are characterized by the scientists. But the molecular of the collagen is most similar. The sequence is belong to glycine X and Y. So glycine X and Y, X normally belong to the proline and Y belong to hydroxyproline, meaning the structure of the collagen is not much different in all its types. So this one, we can group the collagen. As I mentioned previously, is around 29 types of collagen are characterized by the scientists, and then we can group the collagen based on the fibril forming collagen, fibril associated collagen, network collagen, forming collagen, anchoring fibril, transmembrane collagen, basement membrane collagen, or their with unique function. But most of the common collagen is belong to fibril forming collagen. So the detail of the type, form, and distribution of collagen as we described in this table 1. So meaning is a collagen type as mentioned previously, and 29 type of the collagen is available. But the most popular collagen is belong to fibril forming collagen. And this one from the table, we can see the molecular formula of each type of the collagen, and also the polymerase form, and also the tissue distribution of each type of the collagen. We will not go detail for the type of the collagen because too many type of the collagen that we need to deliver. I think we don't have enough time. This one, what you call the potential of the fish collagen. So actually we can produce the fish collagen whether from the skin of the fish, from the bone, from the fin, and also from the scale. Then skin, bone, fin, and scale is belong to a byproduct. So we can use a very cheaper raw material to produce the accelerator for the wound healing process. Because as mentioned previously, it's around 35% of the seafood is considered as a byproduct. It's around 46 million tons every year. We as a potential we can use as belong to byproduct. Then this kind of a product normally consists of skin, bone, fin, scale, and also internal organ of the fish. We can extract first because we will focus on the collagen. But because we want to test with the wound healing process, we need to hydrolyze the collagen. So meaning after we produce the collagen from the skin, bone, fin, and scale of the fish, and then we need to hydrolysis to produce the collagen hydrolysate. So the difference between the collagen and collagen hydrolysate is one of the indicator is a molecular weight. So normally for the collagen come with very big molecular weight, can be 300 kilodalton, which the structure is below triple helix. But for the collagen hydrolysate come with very low molecular weight. Normally is around 308,000 dalton. The molecular weight of the collagen hydrolysate, and the structure is belong to free structure. So with the very low molecular weight.
Professor Nurul Huda.
Yes.
You have a remaining 9 minutes for
speech. Okay, I will try to make it. So for the application as a wound healing material, we can choose depend to the application of the fish collagen hydrolysate. We can use whether in the sponge form or cream form, hydrogel or spray. So meaning for the application of the fish collagen hydrolysate, we can choose depend to the preference of our potential customer. So we can use look like as a sponge or cream or be hydrogel, or the easy one is a spray. It's just spray the wound area with the fish collagen hydrolysate and let the fish collagen hydrolysate accelerate the wound healing process. So this kind of fish collagen hydrolysate as a potential wound healing set because they can promote the cell proliferation and also attachment. It's a good biodegradability and then maintain the tissue hemostasis and has low antigenicity and good base material for potential dressing because we can use whether in the sponge form, cream form, hydrogel, or the spray form. This is the way how we extract the fish collagen hydrolysate. First, of course, we need to extract the collagen first. So in order to extract the collagen, what we call a soluble collagen, we can use different type of acid. Yeah, we can use a different peptide, or maybe we can use also enzyme peptide to produce a peptide soluble collagen or acid soluble collagen. So in order to produce the good quality of the acid soluble collagen and pepsin soluble collagen, it depends to the raw material used. If we use the raw material which belong to bone or scale, maybe we need to conduct demineralization process, yeah, to separate the mineral from the raw material. Or if we use the skin as a raw material to produce a collagen, maybe we need to conduct the defatting process, because normally fat is attached at the below part of the skin. Then we need to reduce the fat content by using the defatting process to produce the soluble collagen with low fat content. So depend to the raw material use. If we want to use, if we use the skin, maybe we need to conduct the defatting process. If we use the bone of scale, and then we need to conduct the demineralization process in order to produce a product with a lower S content. So after we able to produce whether pepsin soluble collagen and also or acid soluble collagen, and then we need to proceed with next step. The next step is secret, how to produce a collagen hydrolysis, and then we can use a different enzyme to hydrolysis the collagen to produce a collagen hydrolysis, which consists of peptide only. Small peptide, because we need to produce a small peptide with very low molecular weight. This is the result from the previous scientists related with the property of the collagen hydrolysis that they produce from different fish species. This one look like the salmon salad atau use tilapia nilotica skin, and then the evidence how the collagen hydrolysis they produce is able to accelerate the healing process of the animal model. You can also extract, also produce the collagen hydrolysis from jellyfish, from Alaska polar, from unicorn, or from the Nile tilapia skin. And then with some evidence, some proven that the ability of the resulted fish collagen hydrolysis to accelerate the wound healing process. But most of the time, they use a oral administration as a method to treat the animal with some wound accident. These are some report from the chain, something like chain 3D, chain and down. They use different type, different species to produce a fish collagen hydrolysis. So as I mentioned previously, more the report they use, they not belong to the tropical fish. And then because Indonesia as well as Malaysia is belong to tropical country, maybe it's time to us to explore the ability of tropical marine fish as a raw material for the production of the fish collagen hydrolysis with some with wound healing properties. Because so far I don't find any publication related with the potential of the tropical marine fish as a raw material to produce the fish collagen hydrolysis. This is some evidence, also evidence from the giant croaker, how the ability of the giant croaker, and then if we apply for the to treat the animal with wound healing, we can see the ability of the PC peptide soluble collagen to accelerate the healing process of the animal model, and also the ability to close the wound area is much better compared than control one. This is also the evidence also from the Morad JD about the from the collagen hydrolysis extract from the cuttlefish skin. I think this one, the result, we can see the result, the evidence, the ability of the collagen hydrolysis extract from the cuttlefish to accelerate the process. Much better compared than control one, and also much better compared than reference drug which belong to Kika flora. This is also the same thing. This one from the novel shark skin comparison. SSCS belong to the shark skin as a material for the to accelerate the wound healing process of the animal model. Also, the evidence from the tilapia salmo-salar, we can see from the salmo-salar this one, and also from the tilapia, the ability is similar and able to fostering the healing process of the animal model. This one has a more detail. This one from jellyfish, so a lot of evidence. But as mentioned, it's from the Alaska polar. But unfortunately, most of the previous report not belong to marine tropical fish. And then it's our responsibility as a scientist in this tropical country to explore the ability, the potential is our tropical marine fish as a raw material to produce the fish collagen hydrolyzed with some property to accelerate the healing process. This one also is considered is a salmon. This one the theory why the collagen hydrolyzed able to accelerate the healing process. You can see this one is a healthy collagen. Is a healthy collagen, but once the collagen is sprained with wound, something like that of cut, and then the the small collagen hydrolyzed is able to combine and to able to improve the triple helix structure of the collagen and make the collagen is much better than without any proper treatment. So it's our homework now, to study, to explore the ability of the tropical fish, especially from the surimi, because normally for the production of surimi, we can easily collect the byproduct, which consists of skin, scale, fin, and bone, as a raw material to produce the collagen hydrolyzed. I still have 2 minutes. Is this just want to introduce to you because currently my PhD student we are just early stage to study the potential of the tropical marine fish as a raw material to produce the fish collagen hydrolyzed with wound healing properties. So why we not come with some result first? Because we just start the study now. We just start the study to explore the ability of the tropical marine. Because as I mentioned previously, most of the time there is no report about the ability, about the potential of our tropical marine fish as a raw material to produce the collagen hydrolyzed with wound healing properties. I think it's one of the reference that we can refer to understand, to know the ability of the marine fish as a material to accelerate the wound healing process. And then I will close my presentation with thank you to the organizer for allow me to present this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nurgoi. I think I closed the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Huda, for very awesome speech. And for sure, according to this, from this speech, we can for sure convince that aquatic organism is not only source of food, but also source of pharmaceutical raw materials. Again, I would like to also remind everyone who are willing to ask questions to our outstanding speakers, just text your questions in our Zoom group chat. Anyway, I also would like to ask questions first to start this Q&A sessions to Professor Albert Linton Charles, because I'm personally very interested in doing research on the polysaccharide. So yes, we have a lot arrowroots in Indonesia, and it contains fiber, and we make it into chips in here, and it's so umami. We like it so, especially in my village, and it's very interesting to see research on the starch utilization from this commodity. So my question is, because you have used in microencapsulation, this is very interesting for me. So what is the specific features which is differentiates to other starch from other sources, which can become a very good encapsulating materials for fish oil?
Okay. Thank you very much for your question, and I'm pleased to hear that you also have arrowroot in Indonesia, and it is actually already part of your local industry. Well, one of the things that that really makes arrowroot starch stand out is that it has low protein, low ash content, and it is practically odorless. And it has less, it will bring in less contaminants into the composite food matrix as a food ingredient compared to other starches that I have worked with, like cornstarch, wheat starch. There is always an aroma, a flavor that these starches will contribute because of their high lipid content, their high protein content. Another factor that highlights arrowroot starch is its low glycemic index. It has high content of resistant starch, and fiber, as you said, which is another word for fiber, like resistant starch, which makes it beneficial for people with restricted dietary conditions, and also it will provide, of course, probiotic food for the probiotics existing, or the microflora that's in the small and large intestines.
So, so does it mean that your extracted starch from arrowroot contains not only starch but also some soluble dietary fiber? Is that true?
Yes, it contains both soluble fibers as well as insoluble fibers. And I have a master's student actually who is working. He's finished his thesis actually, and his research was focused on looking at the hydrolysis index, how quickly the arrowroot starch will digest in the small intestines. And I did not share this with you, but I had another PhD student who completed his thesis, and we actually used the arrowroot starch as a wall material to microencapsulate the probiotic bacteria, which we fed to mice, experimental animals, and we investigated the passage of the material through their intestines in their feces, and it was not surprising because we expected the arrowroot starch to remain in the small intestine. So very interesting work that we've been able to come up with so far.
Professor Albert, thank you very much for the answer. There is one question from also from Ardiani Putri Rahayu from Universitas Airlangga, who want to ask question to Professor Nurul Huda. For Ardiani Putri Rahayu, would you like to ask question by yourself?
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Okay, please.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, Waalaikumsalam. You might start asking your question.
I want to ask about how is the waste treatment in the UMS as the pond or from another about waste from fish. Thank you.
Okay, I think I know the question of Mr. Muhammad Nurgayotul. I think Adriana want to ask how the current method to use a byproduct in Malaysia or in Sabah. So actually in Sabah, can I answer the question, Mr. Nurgayotul?
Yes, please, Professor. You
Ah,
might. Yes.
Okay, I think it's not far from UMS. We have one factory. It's very big, quite big swimming factory. Quite big surimi factory, and then they produce a lot of surimi. And the part of their production is byproduct, because normally we produce the surimi, so around 60% or 50 to 60% is belong to byproduct or belong to waste material. So normally the factory just use the byproduct as just to produce a fish meal. So meaning all of the internal organ, skin, scale, bone, they just dry and to produce a fish meat only. But we can use this kind of the cheaper raw material to produce much better product. So why not? We currently with my PhD student, we work to produce, to study the potential of this byproduct from the surimi production as a raw material with wound healing, with ability to accelerate the wound healing process. So we ask the company to supply the byproduct, and then we define where they belong to skin, bone, and scale, and then we process to produce a soluble collagen, followed by hydrolysis to produce the collagen hydrolysate. Is the first step. And then the next step, and then we try to characterize this soluble collagen from a different marine fish, which considers a byproduct. Because here in that company, they produce a different species to produce the surimi. Because we need to understand maybe different fish come with a different property, come with a different ability. So we need to separate the byproduct according to the species. Then we produce a soluble collagen. After we produce a collagen, and then we hydrolysis the collagen. And then the resulted collagen hydrolysate we characterize before we apply to the animal model. So here so far, this company or practice in Sabah or normally in any country, normally the byproduct they use to produce the fish meal only, or the feed material. Okay, I think I can answer the question from Adriana Putih Rahayu, Mr. Goyato.
Yes, I think you did, Professor. Well, still talking about that. In your experience, what is the most crucial factor of the collagen in processing as the wound healing agent?
I think the most crucial step is the hydrolysis. Because to produce a soluble collagen, whether by using the acid or pepsin is easy. The most crucial thing is the hydrolysis. Because if we use a different enzyme, can produce a different peptide. So the most crucial part is the way we hydrolysis the collagen. The hydrolysis process, because different enzyme, different process, different time, different pH can produce a different peptide, because it's based on depend to the peptide that we produce. Different peptide meaning different sequence of the amino acid. So different type of the amino acid can contribute to different properties.
All right.
So the enzyme hydrolysis is the crucial part to produce the collagen hydrolysate.
Can we say that the molecular weight of the collagen itself and also the amino acid residues are affecting the capability of the collagen in processing the wound healing capacity?
Yes, correctly.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nurulga, for answering the question. There's also another question from the same person. Would you like to state the question yourself, Ardiani?
Okay, Dr. Nurulga, I want to ask about, is it possible to produce an absorbent from seamless? Because my research is about make absorbent from seamless. Thank you.
Okay, Uh, yeah, you might answer it, Professor Nurul Huda.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Diana. Yes, it is some possibility, but we need to know what kind of axiom that we use. We need to come with some knowledge related with the composition of the streamways. I think this one for the detailed one, Diana, we can communicate to email to me for the detailed process for the production of the absorbent from the streamways.
All right. Okay. Okay. Is that clear, Piani? Is that clear for you?
Yes, Mister.
Okay. Thank you. Again, let me invite again the participants of this keynote sessions. If you are willing to ask questions, just text your question via this Zoom group chat.
So can I say something, Mr. Goyatul?
Please.
I open the opportunity to the participant to communicate with me. If you have any question related about the some processing aspect of the production of the collagen hydrolysate or anything related with the fish processing technology, so please feel free to email me. I'm really happy to collaborate with all of the friends from the Airlangga University.
Okay. All right. I think okay. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor. I also want to ask Professor Albert, would you still accept any PhD student or even intern? Because I'm sure that here there are a lot of students and also academic staff from along the Indonesia join this conference.
Well, I think yes, that thank you for for this interesting suggestion. There is always work in academia, and in my lab, I am quite open to approaching research ideas. I'm not limited to only food biochemistry or food biotechnology. As a matter of fact, in my own training, I used what I would say a multidisciplinary research, multidisciplinary approach to my own academic training. So I welcome students or lecturers, government officials who want to come for short term or do the long term. But may I address a question that I received privately from one student? He was asking what underlies the use of arrowroot plant in my research. And to repeat what Dr. Nurul Huda said, I think it's very important for those of us in academia, in the tropical world, to use our own resources to have a more sustainable, that will create a more sustainable approach to dealing with our own issues and solving our own problems, and with less dependence on developed world for meeting our problems. And that too would be a much more sustainable approach. If we use more of our own resources and to create solutions for our own problems, and use this sort of forums and invite people from all across society, people will become more aware of what we're doing, deeper understanding and appreciation of our work, and eventually we will see more use or more application of science in everyday lives. That will contribute, of course, to quality, improving the quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Albert, for answering the question. That's very interesting. There is a student privately sent a text message to you for asking question. That is very interesting by using the Zoom.
Well, she actually asked 4 questions, but I only want to address one in public. I did the other 3 privately with her. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, and all right, I think that is the last question. There is a question from a student, and apparently he or she get difficulties in connecting with us. because of the internet connection problem apparently, and he or she would like to ask question to Prof. Nurul Huda about how to separate the remaining muscle or meat in collagen production.
So just okay, can I answer the question, Mr. Goyatul?
Yes, please.
So I think we can refer to what you call it to the provided flow chart for the production of the collagen. So we can use acid sodium hydroxide to separate the remaining biomaterial from the bone or from the skin. So, but I think much better if we can conduct some preliminary work to separate normally non-collagenous material from the skin or from the scale or from the bone or material. But we can use the sodium hydroxide as a chemical to separate the non-collagenous material. And then also depend if we use the skin. As mentioned previously, the skin is attached with the fat, so we need to conduct the fatting process. If you not conduct the fatting process, the produced soluble collagen will come with more fat content, and then will make a problem for the hydrolysis process. And also, if the raw material belong to a bone or scale, and then we conduct demineralization process to remove the mineral. And otherwise, the soluble collagen, the produced collagen come with very high mineral content, and that is not good for our hydrolysis process.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Huda. And there are also two questions for so it was not the last question actually, because there is still one more questions coming from Dr. Woro Astuti Setyantini, who want to ask questions to Professor Albert Linton Charles about microencapsulation for sure. For Dr. Woro Astuti Setyantini, would like to ask question by yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goyatul. So I want to ask to Professor Albert, as your experience about the use of to make the microencapsulating of some materials. So I want to ask you how many % maltodextrin that you use to make a good quality for the microencapsulating. So because I have a experiment a few weeks ago about the microencapsulating for the bacteria that I used the maltodextrin 10%. The emulsion is too heavy when I want to make a dry it with the spray drying. And also I want to ask you how many degrees Celsius the temperature inlet and the outlet of the temperature that we use for the microencapsulating. Thank you very much.
Okay, to answer your first question, for a good percentage of the maltodextrin will come from, well, we've experimented with 30 to 33%. Mm-hmm. So from what I heard from you, you might have used too little because the emulsion is very important. Once you have a good emulsion, then you should have no problems obtaining well-formed microcapsules. So with that, I think you can try experiment with 30 to 33% of maltodextrin, and that should give you a stable emulsion. And for spray drying, we have more or less stayed away from spray drying because in our experiment we don't want to use the high temperatures which are used. In spray drying, there are those which come equipped with low temperatures and high temperatures. In my campus, in the food plant, the spray drying that we use is it's equipped with low temperature. So we use at the highest temperature we use is 60 degrees Celsius, and that would be 60 degrees Celsius.
60 degrees Celsius. Okay.
Yes,
for the inlet, the temperature for?
Yes, 60, right. Because what we want to do, but we have not experimented with fish oil. we only use the freeze dryer for that experiment, because we want to avoid oxidizing or exposing because we don't want to produce a microcapsule, say it's healthy, it's desirable, but inside of it is something that can produce free radicals for consumers. Okay, that would be counterproductive. So we've more or less used the freeze dryer to create our microcapsules. But there's other work where we are looking at micro-encapsulating polyphenols and other bioactive compounds. And then we will use the spray dryer, which will be much more applicable for this type of bioactive compounds. So we, in my lab, because we are working with the starch as the wall material, we don't want to go anywhere higher than 80 degrees Celsius to avoid gelatinization of the starch. Because if the starch, the wall material is gelatinized, then the core material inside of the microcapsule could easily escape, and that would reduce the effectiveness, maybe have an impact on storageability, organoleptic properties of the food material. So we use range from 60 to 80 inlet outlet temperatures. And to remind you, experiment with 30 to 33% of your maltodextrin. That should get you a more stable emulsion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Albert.
You're welcome.
Yeah. By the way, Prof. Albert, could you entrap the fishy odor of the fish oil?
Yes, that's the amazing
thing. Very interesting.
We can entrap the odor of the fish, and of course, if we entrap the odor, the taste, the undesirable taste, is also trapped within. As a matter of fact, the microcapsules that we've produced is stored at room temperature. We don't keep it in the refrigerator. We store it at room temperature, very 25 degrees Celsius, and it's still odorless after more than a year of storage. So it's amazing, and awesome. the microcapsules are still very powdery. It has a very fine flow, which indicates that there is little to no leakage, because it's not caking or created a sort of sticky, clumpy material in the bottles that we've stored them in.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Albert, for the answers. And also, I think that's all the first sessions of the keynote speech. And I would like to also...
Hello? Mr. Goyatul?
Sorry?
Hello? Mr. Goyatul?
Yes?
Can I use this opportunity to answer the question from Skalalis Diana? Look like she sent me a question privately.
Oh, privately. All right.
Can I answer the question here?
Yeah, sure.
Because I forget to forget to answer the question from I don't know, Skalalis Diana from the Unpad.
Okay. Okay, please.
Okay, because I think this is a lady one asking about the based on your experience, what is the fish that have considered the best collagen with provide better wound healing? So this question. This one, no, so far, what do you call it? Each species come with its property. So different fish come with a different property. So so far, there is no any conclusion with fish species considered as a superior property with ability to accelerate the wound healing process. And we need to remember, most of the previous result is based on fish from temperate region, not from the tropical fish. So we cannot compare easily, because most of the fish species that we use as wound healing accelerator is belong to temperate fish species. So far, no claim for specific fish species that belong to the best raw material to produce collagen hydrolysis with high accelerator wound healing process. The second question from Mrs. Kalalis Diana is there any difference between the marine or freshwater fish? Of course, not only between the marine and freshwater fish, between the freshwater fish also different, because we need to understand each species come with its unique properties. So why we need to explore, as I mentioned by Professor Albert previously, so in order to sustain our knowledge, we need to explore our own fish. So I encourage our friend from Airlangga University to explore the ability of our tropical fish, whether for marine fish or the freshwater fish, as a raw material for the production of the collagen hydrolysis. But I believe the tropical fish come with better properties. Same thing with the surimi. Our surimi from the tropical fish much better than surimi from the temperate region. Because surimi from the tropical fish can hot or the more higher temperature rather than fish from the temperate region. So it's our responsibility to explore our own raw material for the better is our people. Okay, thank you, Mr. Goyato.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nurul Huda, for answering question. And the first session of the keynote speech is up, and I would like to thank you very much to our two outstanding speakers and also our distinguished participants of the first annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology. And for sure, if you are still willing to ask question or explore more information from to our outstanding speakers, just email them by the email. Maybe later the organizer will share their email with you guys. You might contact personally to the outstanding speakers today. Me personally, as a moderator, I would like to thank you all very much, especially for the organizer of the first annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology personally. And also, I would like to thank you all very much personally to our outstanding speakers, especially my teacher, my Professor Albert Linton Charles. Been long time no see. And still, yeah, I can really immerse to your classroom right now. Anyway, thank you very much, and I would like to apologize if there is something inconvenience. That's all for me, and looking forward to hearing for the next annual meeting on fisheries and biotechnology. And back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would like to thank the excellencies of our keynote speakers, Professor Albert Charles and Associate Professor Nurul Huda, and of course to our moderator, Mr. Goyatul Amin. We also would like to present our gratitude to the keynote speakers by showing their certificates for this event.
So actually, I would like to prefer hand the certificate directly to Professor Albert and Professor Nurul Huda. However, since this is virtual meeting, we will send the certificate immediately to your email. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank for your valuable presentation, also to Professor Dr. Nurul Huda. By the way, the question about the absorbent is coming from my student, my master student. So maybe later we can discuss on some collaboration between Universitas Airlangga also with UMS.
Okay, thank you. We're waiting for you.
Terima kasih banyak. Okay, I'll hand it back to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Kiki, for your heartwarming words. With the ending of this discussion marks an end to our morning session. But don't lose your excitement, because there will be a second discussion with our next keynote speakers, Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzzaman and Professor Sonia Ventura, after the break. Therefore, to all participants and audience, please be here again at 1:15 p.m. as the discussion will start at 1:30 p.m. I hope we all have a pleasant break. Thank you for your participation and see you later.
Okay. Thank you, organizer, Dr. Kiki, Professor Albert. Nice to meet you, Professor Albert.
Yes.
Thank you very
nice to
much.
meet you.
Thank you, Professor Albert.
Dr.
Okay.
Huda. Lovely to meet you.
We are looking forward for the talk from Professor Asaduzaman and Professor Sonia Ventura later on.
Okay.
Make sure to come back again at 1:15 p.m. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I leave now?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. See you again.
See you again, sir.
And maybe to all participants, I would like to remind you to fill the attendance report and also fill the surveys to get your e-certificate. Thank you. These certificates will be sent to you by email personally soon by our committee. So, yeah. We have
I think everyone still want to be in the room.
Yeah. I think it's very, very comfortable
Very
being
exciting
here.
talk.
Yeah. So you may leave now and please be back at 1:15. I'll remind you once more. Thank you very much.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemik ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquakultur sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya. Sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal life, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemi belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal life di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting. Guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana, berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah, dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus loh ya?
Iya.
Iya. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya?
Ya.
Oh, di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponik ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam satu bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan, dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponik sistem ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan, dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemik ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquakultur sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya, dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya, sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal life, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester kasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemi belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal life di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting, guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana. Berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah. Dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus loh ya?
Iya.
Siap. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya? Oh, di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponik ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam 1 bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponic system ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemik ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquakultur sulit sekali ditemukan di internet dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya. Sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal live, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemik belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal live di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting, guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana, berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah, dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus loh ya?
Iya.
Siap. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya?
Ya.
Oh, Di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponik ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam 1 bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponic system ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemik ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquakultur sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya. Sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal live, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemik belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal live di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting. Guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana. Berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah. Dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus loh ya?
Iya.
Siap. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya? Oh, di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponik ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam 1 bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponic system ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring. selama masa pandemik ini. Sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi, kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquaculture sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya, dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya. Sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal live, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemi belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal live di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video ini. Semoga video yang nanti akan ditampilkan itu bermanfaat, mempunyai makna sebagai sarana edukasi, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita semuanya. Karena menurut saya belajar itu tidak mengenal umur.
Halo semuanya, berikut adalah panduan protokol new normal yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Yang pertama, protokol memasuki fakultas. Akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu dan pengisian absensi. Selanjutnya, kita wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun, karena merupakan salah satu upaya dalam pencegahan penyebaran virus corona. Kedua, protokol memasuki laboratorium. Sebelum masuk, akan dilakukan pengecekan suhu oleh laboran. Kemudian, praktikkan wajib mencuci tangan dengan sabun dan menggunakan hand sanitizer sebelum menuju ke bench. Setelah praktikum, hand glove dibuang sesuai tempatnya dan cuci tangan menggunakan sabun. Ketiga, protokol ruang baca dan komputer. Keempat, protokol masuk kelas. Pengaturan kursi yang berjarak setidaknya 2 meter sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan COVID-19. Kelima, protokol kesehatan di musola. Keenam, protokol ruang SBAK. Hand sanitizer itu penting. Duduk berjarak juga tak kalah penting, guna pencegahan penyebaran COVID-19 agar pandemi ini dapat segera berakhir. Ketujuh, protokol masuk lift. Lift hanya dapat diisi oleh maksimal 4 orang.
Baik teman-teman sekalian, berikut adalah perlengkapan pribadi yang harus kita bawa setiap harinya. Pertama adalah masker, kemudian ada masker cadangan, berikutnya ada hand sanitizer yang praktis kita bawa kemana-mana. Berikutnya adalah tisu kering dan juga tisu basah. Dan juga yang tidak kalah penting lagi adalah face shield. Kemudian jika diperlukan adalah alat sholat. Nah, serta perlengkapan makan, yakni ada kotak makan dan juga tempat minum. Ya, jangan lupa selalu jaga jarak dan ikuti protokol yang ada. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk, kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus dulu ya?
Iya.
Siap. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya? Oh, di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan. Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Profesor Dr. Mirni Lamid sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Mari kita eksplorasi yuk. Kita lihat apa saja yang menarik di gedung C ini. Ikuti saya. Sekarang kita akan memasuki laboratorium mikrobiologi. Ayo ikut saya. Hai, selamat pagi. Wah, ini lagi sibuk ya? Lagi apa ini?
Penelitian.
Penelitian apa?
Antibakteri.
Antibakteri.
Iya.
Harus lulus tuh ya?
Iya.
Iya. Ini apa ini? Lagi siap praktikum. Wah, ini laborannya ya? Oh, di FPK ini kita mempunyai 4 laboratorium dan salah satunya adalah laboratorium mikrobiologi. Di laboratorium mikrobiologi kita bisa melakukan pemeriksaan terkait dengan parasitologi, planktonologi, imunologi, virologi, dan bakteriologi. Beberapa alat yang kita punya ini juga sudah bagus, namun masih perlu kita update setiap tahunnya. Yang salah satunya yang sangat bagus menurut saya adalah kita bisa mendiagnosa penyakit ikan. Kita menggunakan alat yang ada di sebelah sana. Di situ kita bisa melakukan satu diagnosa untuk mendeteksi penyakit pada ikan. Sebelum kita ke aquaponic system, kita lihat dulu kolam yang ada di FPK. Kita punya 4 kolam. Ini adalah kolam yang pertama, ini berisi ikan nila. Apa yang membedakan dengan kolam yang di belakang? Kalau ini khusus untuk nila, yang di belakang itu ada ikan juga tapi campuran. Ada beberapa ikan yang di belakang itu. Ada ikan nila, ada ikan tombro, ada ikan lele, campuran. Nah, ikan yang ada di sini juga digunakan untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa dan tentunya juga untuk penelitian adik-adik mahasiswa, baik S1 maupun S2 yang bisa memanfaatkan kolam yang ada di sini. Kita sekarang berada di aquaponic system. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama ada apa di dalam aquaponic system, bagaimana budidaya yang dilakukan. Mari sama-sama. Ayo Pak, lagi ngapain ini Pak?
Lagi beri makan Bu.
Beri makan ya. Wow. Berapa kali Pak dalam sehari?
3 hari.
3 hari. Fakultas Perikanan Kelautan mempunyai 1, 2, 3, 4 bak untuk budidaya lele. Aquaponic system ini mempunyai keuntungan di mana pembuatan aquaponik ini bisa pada lahan yang sempit, di mana pada lahan yang sempit kita bisa melakukan budidaya ikan lele. Nah, dalam 1 bak ini 2.500 benih sudah kita tebarkan dan insya Allah nanti dalam waktu 3-4 bulan maka akan dilakukan pemanenan. Aquaponic system ini untuk budidaya lele ini bukan hanya untuk pendidikan, tetapi juga untuk praktikumnya mahasiswa di luar gedung. Jadi praktikum kami ada praktikum di dalam laboratorium dan praktikum di luar. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti saya perjalanan dari FPK. Mohon doanya ke depan FPK menjadi lebih maju lagi, lebih berkembang lagi. Jayalah FPK, jayalah Universitas Airlangga. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan tentunya salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Alhamdulillah pada hari ini kita masih diberi umur panjang, kita diberi kesehatan dan mudah-mudahan kita selalu dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Pandemi COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang berharga bagi kita semua. Pandemik ini telah memaksa kita untuk mengembangkan cara-cara baru, metode-metode baru, tentunya juga di perguruan tinggi. Membangun norma-norma baru, membangun standar kebaikan dan kepantasan yang baru, terutama di dunia pendidikan. Proses pembelajaran khususnya di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan dan umumnya di Universitas Airlangga serta di seluruh perguruan tinggi atau lembaga pendidikan mengharuskan memberikan kuliah secara daring selama masa pandemik ini, sehingga semua pembelajaran, semua perkuliahan secara daring saat ini telah menjadi new normal dalam proses pembelajaran. Akan tetapi, kondisi ini tidak semuanya bisa diterapkan untuk beberapa mata kuliah yang memerlukan skill dalam pengembangan soft skill-nya. Selain itu, media pembelajaran terutama untuk praktikum laboratorium terkait materi-materi yang berhubungan langsung dengan program studi yang ada di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga untuk program studi teknologi hasil perikanan dan aquakultur sulit sekali ditemukan di internet, dan kalaupun ada, tidak menggambarkan proses yang komprehensif dan lengkap sebagai media pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah yang ada. Oleh sebab itu, perlu adanya suatu terobosan, perlu adanya suatu inovasi di dalam proses pembelajaran, yaitu proses blended learning dengan mengkombinasikan belajar secara online dan offline. Dan ini sudah berlangsung di Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga. Proses blended ini. Saya sebagai Dekan Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga dalam mendukung penerapan new normal baru di dalam proses pembelajaran menuju tatanan baru yang produktif dan aman dari penyebaran pandemi COVID-19, maka untuk semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara offline di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga harus memenuhi protokol kesehatan. Kita sudah mempunyai SOP-nya, dan saya yakin setiap perguruan tinggi sekarang kita sudah menyiapkan SOP-nya, sehingga nanti pada saat pembelajaran di semester gasal, insya Allah semuanya kita sudah siap. Hal ini dilakukan sebagai corong untuk menjadi contoh dan upaya mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat dalam memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Penerapan new normal ini dilakukan mengingat bahwa pandemik ini belum berakhir dan vaksin belum ditemukan. Namun kami tetap berharap dan selalu kita berdoa semoga masa pandemi ini segera selesai, baik di Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia. Oleh sebab itu, sebagai upaya persiapan dalam proses pembelajaran dalam new normal life, maka kami membuatkan sebuah video sebagai sarana sosialisasi dan pembelajaran, terutama untuk mahasiswa baru Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga yang sebentar lagi kami akan memasuki semester gasal. Mahasiswa baru akan memasuki tahun ajaran baru 2020-2021. Dan untuk mahasiswa Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan secara keseluruhan yang akan mempunyai kepentingan di kampus selama pandemik belum berakhir. Selain itu juga, video ini bisa dijadikan sebagai acuan untuk semua para dosen. Bukan hanya Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan, video ini nanti bisa diupload dan tentunya bisa dipakai sebagai acuan untuk semua dosen yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Dan sebagai dosen sebagai pengajar dan staf akademik dalam melakukan aktivitasnya selama new normal life di kampus Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga akan diberlakukan. Selamat menyaksikan video.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I hope you all already have your pleasant break. Did you already have lunch, guys? Well, I assume that you guys did. I can see that one of the keynote speakers is already here. I would like to greet you, Professor Muhammad Asaduzzaman. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, fine.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. So, where are you right now? Where's your location?
Oh, now
Where
I
are you
am in
streaming
Japan.
from? Oh, you're in Japan.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's very, very surprising for me. So, how is it there?
Yes, now the corona condition is still not good. So it's very difficult to go to the lab doing experiment. Anyways, going well.
So, what are you currently do there in Japan?
Oh, now I am actually, here the postdoctoral researcher
Okay.
for 2 years. So
Okay.
my tenure will finish at this November. So I will
All
go
right.
back to my country on November.
All right. Well, I wish you good luck, sir.
Thank you so much.
Inshallah.
Professor Sonia Ventura will join with us shortly because now it's still 7 a.m. something in Portugal.
All right.
She told me that she is having breakfast right now and will join with us after she finishes breakfast.
Yes, to be noted by all participants here, our next session will start at 1:30. But before that, I would like to remind all of us to fill the presence and survey so the committee can send you the certificate of this event by your email. Maybe before we start officially our next session, well, we'll just have a little nice chat, just like what we did in the morning. Maybe I would choose one of you once more to have chat with me. Well, I can see, hey, here's my friend, Mr. Ahmad Jabal. Are you there, sir? Jabal? I think he's not connected to the server for now. So, Mr. Kiki Adikurnia,
Yes.
how is your feeling about our event for today?
So far good, but I expect more participation from the audience because I feel, let's say, the participant, I don't know, maybe shy to ask the question in English, but some of them, they ask directly to the keynote speaker. So maybe for the afternoon session, the audience can ask directly in the chat room, so we can see how many questions for each our keynote speaker.
Well, I also think that after having lunch, our participant will have more courage to ask questions directly
Yes,
to our
hopefully
moderator
so.
later. Yes. We still have 9 more minutes before we start our event. And well, I can see one of our keynote speaker is already here as well.
Okay.
Hello, Professor Sonia Ventura.
Well, not good morning for you, but for me it is.
Oh, oh no. Yeah, what I meant was, yeah, good afternoon. Well, maybe there it's morning, right?
Yes. The sun is rising.
So
Well,
it's 6, 7 a.m. in Portugal now?
Here is 7:21 here.
Okay, 7:21.
Yeah. For your information, while you were still sleeping, we already started our conference here. I think it was like 3 a.m. in Portugal when we already started. So, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Miss Professor Sonia?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm sleeping still, but just for a few moments.
Well, we all can use of a cup of coffee, right?
Yes, yes. After my presentation, I will take care of this.
Well, I hope you will have a pleasant morning with us.
Of course. But thank you for your kind words. So now
Of
it's
course.
like a second part in the webinar.
Yes, the second part.
Okay.
I think we can start right now because two of the keynote speakers are already here.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna start this new session immediately. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good afternoon. Here we are again, and thank you for staying with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology. Earlier was our first session, which is discussion with our keynote speakers, Professor Albert Charles and Associate Professor Nurul Huda. Our next agenda will mark the start of our second session, which is discussion with our next keynote speakers, Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzaman and Professor Sonia Ventura. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kustiawan. Before we start this session, let me briefly introduce you to our moderator. Mr. Kustiawan Tri Prasetyo, Master of Vet, is a lecturer and researcher in the Department of Marine, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. He graduated from Universitas Airlangga for his bachelor and master degree. He is currently a PhD student of Fisheries Science, Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science, University Malaysia Terengganu, Malaysia. Without wasting any more time, to Mr. Kustiawan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Especially for Professor Sonia Ventura, the honorable all speakers and honorable all participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kustiawan Tirpurstio, the moderator of today's meeting. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to second session of the first annual meeting of Fisheries and Marine Biotechnology held by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the keynote speakers. Our third keynote speaker is Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzaman. He is from Chittagong Veterinary and Animal Science University of Bangladesh. He has 43 documents by author in Scopus, 232 number of citation, and 7 hex.
Sorry, I would like to, maybe there is some mistake. Okay, this picture is not maybe me. And anyway, so I think citation is also not like 232. It should
be. Okay. Okay, and, sorry.
But publication is okay, I think. This publication belongs to me.
Okay, thank you for your correction, Prof. And our fourth keynote speaker is Assistant Professor Dr. Sonia Ventura. She is from Universidade de Aveiro, Portugal. And she have 116 documents by author in Scopus, 3,562 number of citation, and 35 hex index. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our third keynote speaker. He will deliver a presentation with title Fish Muscle Development and Growth, Modeling Biomedicine and Aquaculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Assistant Professor Muhammad Azaduzaman. The theme is yours. Hello, Prof. Muhammad Azaduzaman. Are you hearing my voice? Hello. Assistant Professor Muhammad Azaduzaman.
Sorry, little sorry, okay.
Okay. The time is yours, and your time limit is 30 minutes from now.
Okay, little sorry for some disturbance. So today I am just going to talk about fish muscle development and growth, model linking biomedicine and aquaculture. So I think the topic would be a little interesting. Okay, so actually in my presentations, I would focus on actually how fish muscle can be an important model organism for biomedicine research and aquaculture. So before that, I just little want to introduce me again. So this is my name is Dr. Muhammad Asaduzaman. So I completed my bachelor degree from Bangladesh Agriculture University, Bangladesh. So I also completed my master's from the same university. Then I did the second master's degree from the University of Tokyo, Japan. So I did my PhD in the Wageningen University from the Netherlands. And interestingly, I did another PhD from the Tokyo University of Japan in aquatic molecular biology and biotechnology. So at present, now I am working at the University of Tokyo, Japan as the JSP's postdoctoral research fellow. At the same time, my permanent employment is like just as assistant professor at the Marine Bioresearch Science, Chittagong Veterinary and Animal Sciences University of Bangladesh. But previously, I also worked 2.5 years at the University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. So in the Faculty of Fisheries. And then I also work as the research fellow at the Bangladesh Agriculture University. And this is my email address. If any of you interested to the future cooperation or communication, you can communicate with me in this email address. So my topic is muscle. So at first, I would like to give you a very brief idea about the structure of the muscle. You know that for vertebrate muscle, not only the human or fish muscle, so all of these muscles is consist of a bundle of the muscle fiber, and each of this bundle of muscle fiber, they consist of the muscle fiber, individual muscle fiber, many muscle fiber, and this muscle fiber consists of many nucleus and mitochondria, and this muscle fiber again consists of many myofibril. That means each muscle fiber contains 100 of myofibril, and this myofibril consists of actin and myosin. So for my presentation, it's very important to have a basic background about the muscle fiber, because I will talk to you many things on this muscle fiber. So now I think all of you already know it, like the muscle fiber is different, two types. One we called as the fast muscle, another one is slow muscle. So the fast muscle, you can see here, these are the bigger diameter, and they have the less mitochondria, for example. They have the few mitochondria, but they give very high amount of energy for a very short time. But on the in contrast, the slow muscle fiber, they are smaller in size, but they give less energy compared to the fast muscle fiber. But they can give the energy for a long time. So that's why the marathon runner, they consist more slow muscle fiber, but who lifted weight, they have the fast muscle fiber because they need energy for very short time. So here, if you see, like, for example, this is the marathon runner, you can see his muscle fiber can change, like 80% of this muscle fiber can convert it to the slow muscle fiber so that he can get long energy for like a small amount of energy, but for long time. So he can run 15 kilometer or 20 kilometer for long time. But at the opposite sense, if you see at the sprinter, you can see his muscle is about 80% of the fast muscle, and slow muscle is very less because he needs a very large amount of energy for very short time. So this is just something about the fast muscle and slow muscle. But one important thing is here you can see, like in humans, but not only in humans, but all mammals, their muscle fiber is mixed. So that means muscle consists both slow muscle fiber and a fast muscle fiber in mixed form. So, but what about the fish? But you know, in case of fish, the situation is not like the mammals. So in fish, the biochemically distinct muscle are separated. You know, the slow muscle fiber are located only at the superficial region, and the fast muscle fiber is located in the deeper part, and some of the slow muscle is located at the horizontal myoseptum region. So if we see the more clearly by the oxidative muscle fiber by NADH staining, you can see the slow muscle is at the superficial layer, and at the like horizontal myoseptum region, there is some slow muscle fiber. So that means in this sense, I can say that fish muscle is very, very important and excellent model to study the muscle development and growth, because the fast muscle fiber and slow muscle fiber is biochemically distinct and they are separated. So researcher must have some advantage of this in contrast to the mammalian muscle. So now I would like to give you some idea about how the muscle develop in the fish. We can separate it into the two forms, like in the embryonic form. In embryonic form means before hatching out from the egg. So in this case, you can see this is the notochord region. I think we know the notochord. So in the notochord, some adaxial cell formed, and this adaxial cell start to migrate, and they migrate to the superficial layer, like just beneath the skin, and they form the slow muscle. And under this, all of the muscle fiber developed are the fast muscle. So in my research, when I do the PhD, I saw that like at the 12 hours after post-fertilization in the egg form, you can see like this is the notochord region. And here you can see the green fiber. These are the slow muscle fiber adaxial cell. So that means this adaxial cell, so they start to develop at 12 hours post-fertilization. So after this, when they are become 16 somite stage, still in the embryonic stage, we can see this adaxial cell start to migrate to the superficial layer. And by this way, the slow muscle fiber actually the form, and inside the fast muscle fiber are formed. Now, if I show you more clearly, like here, you can see this is the notochord, and this is the adaxial cell, and this adaxial cell start to migrate, and then they migrate to the superficial layer, and they form a superficial slow muscle fiber around under the skin of the fish. And but in some adaxial cell, if you see the circle, they don't migrate, and they stayed here. And this is actually the slow muscle fiber around the horizontal myoseptum. So here we saw that in my research, when we found like this is the like they don't migrate and they remain at the like horizontal myoseptum region. And after this, when their migration is complete, you can see this is my result publication. You can see that it's very clear superficial slow muscle fiber develop just under the skin. So that means in the embryonic stage, a layer of the slow muscle fiber are at the superficial region and the fast muscle fiber, they develop. So, but then what about the post-embryonic growth? So that means when they hatch out from the egg, so this muscle growth mainly happens by two mechanisms. One we call the muscle hyperplasia, we know. So in this case, you know, this is the muscle fiber number. So the number of muscle fiber in a muscle bundle, the number of muscle fiber increase. So this process we know may known as the muscle hyperplasia. But there is another process, we call it muscle hypertrophy. So in this case, the number of muscle fiber don't increase, but the size of the muscle fiber is increased. So this is known as the muscle hypertrophy. So that means after hatching off, so all of these fish muscle grow by two mechanisms. One is muscle hyperplasia and another one is muscle hypertrophy. So now, you know, the muscle hyperplasia is two types. One is known as the stratified hyperplasia. So this stratified hyperplasia happens at the early stage. That means early larval stage. So what happens in this case? In this case, like you can see the dorsoventral extreme region. So the new muscle fiber start from either this region or this region or this region or this region. So here, if you see, this is the transverse section of the fish at the larval stage. You can see there are some new muscle fibers start to form from this region. So that means when the starting new fiber is limited to the dorsoventral like extreme position, is known as the stratified hyperplasia. But later at the juvenile stage, so this muscle fiber hyperplasia is known as the mosaic hyperplasia. So in this case, actually, you can see the new muscle fiber found all over the body, all over the myotome, and it gives like mosaic appearance. So we know the mosaic, some of the floor, we know this the mosaic appearance. So you can see the new muscle fiber, very small diameter fiber, and there are big diameter fiber. So that means this process is known as the mosaic hyperplasia. So there is another is the hypertrophy. So this is not increase the number of muscle fiber, but we can see the size of the muscle fiber is increased. Here you can see the muscle fiber is almost same size, but when the fish grow bigger, some diameter, they become large size, and some fiber is just newly formed. So these are the hyperplastic fiber, and these are the hypertrophic fiber. So that means this is the mechanism of fish muscle growth in the post-embryonic stage. So that means after hatching off. So this is the just basic about this. Now I would like to talk about the muscle growth in mammals. So what happens in case of mammals? So, you know, in mammals, for example, when the fertilization happens, the ovum, then they form the embryo, and after embryo, in the mother womb, they become the fetus. And after fetus growth is completed, they birth and neonate and then the adult. But here is the interesting things is, like when inside the mother womb, so this muscle growth by both two techniques like hyperplasia and hypertrophy as like the fish. In case of fish, we saw that the fish grow both by muscle hyperplasia and hypertrophy throughout their life. But in case of mammals, mammals means including human, okay, all mammals, their hyperplasia and hypertrophy happens only when we are inside our mother womb. But when the birth happens, the muscle don't grow by the hyperplasia. So that time we only have the hypertrophy. So that means when I born and at my age now, the muscle fiber number is remains same. So that means my growth happens only by hypertrophy. So that means growing bigger size of the fiber. So which is clearly different than the fish. So, but then the question arises, does hyperplasia totally absent in mammals after the birth? So the answer is actually no. In general, mammals do not produce new muscle fiber after the birth. But if you have some injury, if you cut your muscle, so that means only in that time to fill up that muscle loss, there are only hyperplasia. So that means the new muscle fiber are formed only when you have some muscle injury. So other than that time, you will not have any hyperplastic growth throughout your life. So that's why, when doctor make any surgery and he make life sewing, and that gap is actually filled up by the hyperplastic growth. But in general, normally, if you do not have any injury, of course, the mammals do not have the hyperplastic growth. Only your growth happens by the hypertrophy. So actually now, what is this benefit, the differential growth pattern of skeletal muscle between mammals and fish? So you can see various research. For example, this is in the mouse model. You can see this is the just birth at the different age week. This is 24 weeks. You can see the muscle, different types of muscle. For example, soleus muscle, anterior tibialis muscle. You can see the number of muscle fiber remains same. So that means there are no increase of the muscle fiber throughout their although they grow up. But so that means the mammalian muscle, this is called limited growth and definite body size. So that's we call the determinant growth. So, but what happens in case of fish? So in case of fish, but if you see, like this is the case of the Red Sea bream. When you look at the Red Sea bream, you can see this is just after hatch out. When their age is increasing, you can see that the number of muscle fiber is exponentially increasing. So that means this increase by hyperplastic growth. So that's why this muscle fiber number increase throughout their lifespan. So that's why we call the fish is indeterminate growth. So that means the hyperplastic and hypertrophic growth leads to the fish throughout their age. Actually, the interesting thing is this indeterminate muscle growth provides teleosts with a vast potential to increase their body size. For example, if you look at the human, for example, we born our weight at 3 kilograms. But when we become adult, on average, maybe our body size is about 66 kg or 60 kg, 70 kg or 80 kilograms. So that means we grow only 20 to 25 times in our whole life. But what happened in case of fish? Even if you look at the zebrafish, the most smallest fish, it grows 20,000 times. For example, after hatching to when become adult, its body size increase minimum 20,000 times. But if we look at the big fish like tuna, bluefin tuna, you can see this body size increase 5,000 million times. So that's why you can imagine like how this indeterminate muscle growth lead to the vast potential increase of their body size of the fish compared to any mammals. So not only these things, another things is important. Indeterminate muscle growth is also important in respect to skeletal muscle senescence. So for example, you can see if like our muscle is remain stable throughout our life, it was not a problem. But the problem is when we become old, like maybe about after 50 years, so our muscle fiber start to decrease. So that means we start to lose our muscle fiber. So this is like with the aging, almost all of the mammals, they start to losing their muscle fiber. So this is the decreasing. But in case of fish, if you look at, so they don't actually decrease the muscle fiber. They increase their muscle fiber throughout their life. Even they are 60 years old, they still increase the number of the muscle fiber. So that means they continue producing muscle fiber until the death. So this has a very special significance in biomedical research. So why, for example, the reduction of the muscle mass for the human or the mammals at the old stage is a very severe problem of the human, because and this severe problem actually, this known as the disease sarcopenia. What is the sarcopenia? Actually, that is the loss of the muscle fiber at the old stage. So you can see this is the young people. This is our grandfather or grandmother. You can see they lost their muscle at the old stage. So, and after losing their muscle fiber, actually their physical ability decrease, and they develop the many disabilities. So that means, so this actually, due to related to the muscle growth pattern, because as I told you, like the human or mammals, they start to decrease the loss of the muscle fiber due to the old stage. But in case of fish, they continue to increase their muscle fiber. So that means this has some medical science actually the benefit, because maybe in the fish, they have some mechanism. That's why they prevent the loss of the muscle during their old stage. So actually, to understand this mechanism is very, very important. To maybe this mechanism will give a clue to the researcher how we can prevent this muscle loss in case of human. So in that sense, fish is actually very interesting, the model organism. So another interesting things of the fish, if you look at, this is the 10 longest living animals on the earth. So that means on the earth, for example, the longest is the 400 years, this. And interestingly, if you see, among these 10 animals, 5 are the fish. So for example, this is the rockfish. Their lifespan is 205 years. So that means many of these long living vertebrates are the teleost, are the fish. So in that case, this is also important for the aging research, because maybe if we continue to do research on the fish, we can develop the new aspect of longevity. So that means why the fish can live very long time, and this mechanism maybe can also help the scientist to develop some also mechanism of the aging. So that means this is the amazing fact of the fish to use as the model organism. So you can see from the previous discussion, you already understand that the muscle is separated and the fish never become old, skeletal muscle. They continue grow their muscle fiber. And also many of the fish, they are the long living animals. So if we can do more research on this aspect of the fish, it may be applicable to develop some new aspect of the aging and skeletal muscle related problem of the human and other mammals. So based on this, I told you indeterminate growth. So during my research, I was interested to identify some of the genes that may be associated with the indeterminate growth. So here I use the FUGO. This is the very smallest genome, and I identify one gene, name is MYH2528 gene. So in this gene, you can see it start to express as 6 days post-fertilization. And you can see when this is larvae, this gene expression related to this region. So actually this region is the stratified hyperplasia. And when it's the juvenile, its gene expression is only in the new fiber. You can see the small fiber. So at the juvenile stage. Even at the adult stage, you can see that this gene expression is only in the small fiber that are the colored violet color. So here you can see. And actually this of my publication already published in the Gene Journal. So that means this gene is very important to the indeterminate growth. Then actually I try to know what is the mechanism of the regulation of this gene. But problem is this fish is very big fish, egg is very hard. So if we want to know the molecular mechanism, it's not possible to work with this fish because it's become adult after 2-3 years. So it will take long time to get this. So then I use the zebrafish as the model organism and I transfer the gene of this gene to this fish and to see what happens. But in that case, so I take the gene of this gene from the fugu, and then I injected this gene to the zebrafish, and then I saw it under the microscope. Now the thing, actually the question comes whether the expression is similar because it's two different fish. We are transferring the fugu gene to the zebrafish, so the expression should be the similar. So here you can see in the juvenile stage, the new muscle fiber grow at the surface layer. But when we transfer this fish to the zebrafish genes, we can see these genes expressed at the superficial layer. So, and also interesting, this is the fugu, torofugu gene, as I told you, that is expressed in the new muscle fiber, small fiber. But when we transfer it to the zebrafish, it's as same as the fugu. They also express in the new fiber, where you can see the green color. So that means the new fiber, even we transfer it to the zebrafish, they start to express in the new fiber. So here in detail, we can see this is the fugu, and we can see this is the slow muscle fiber also, and they also express in the slow muscle fiber. So that means the expression of the zebrafish and the fugu was the similar. So then I studied what is the mechanism of this indeterminate growth that lead to the fish, actually the muscle formation throughout their life. So in this case, when we find some SOX6 mechanism, so actually they affect negatively the expression of this gene, and the NFAT, nuclear factor of the activated T cell. So this positively regulate the expression of this gene. So, and details of the expression of the first time for the fish, how the actually the molecular mechanism of the indeterminate muscle growth is regulated. We reported it in the first time in the fish and published in the actually also in the journal, Mechanism of Development. After that, I did a lot of research on this muscle development and growth and published in some well-reported high-impact journal. So I also want to give you some important factor little quickly, because in another research, the young mouse, the blood is transferred to the old mouse. And when this blood transferred to the old mouse, actually this old mouse start to form the new muscle fiber. So actually from that, we found that the one of the gene named GDF11 is the important factor, because you can see normally in the mammals, GDF11 expressed in the young stage, but at the old stage, at the age, you can see no expression. But when they injected the blood through, and this GDF expression received the old, their muscle growth is activated. So based on this, actually I was interested, what about the fish? This GDF11 expression. So I take two different sides of the fish, one of the zebrafish, young fish, another one is the old fish, 2.5 years, because zebrafish live only 3 years. So, and then we isolate the RNA and did the mRNA expression. And interestingly, in fish, we found that this GDF1 expression did not decrease as like the mammals. So that means this GDF1 is actually important for the indeterminate muscle growth of the fish and prevent the aging, because their expression always remains high. And just in another of our research, we got some interesting fact of the fish. For example, this is the heart in the zebrafish. This is the ventricle. If we cut the ventricle of this heart of the zebrafish, for example, like this, you can see amazingly, after 60 days, this fish regenerate the heart muscle and become normal heart. So that means fish also have interesting ability to regenerate their heart. But of course, in mammals, if we cut it, we need to die, because in our case, there is no regeneration. So in case of kidney, like you can see, the kidney nephron also remains same in case of mammals, human, so they don't increase. So for example, in any region, if you lost your nephron, it will be life-threatening problem for human or mammals. But in case of fish, is another interesting things is like the nephron is increased throughout their life. So if the fish lost some nephron, so there are some nephron progenitor cells that actually you can see regenerate new nephron. So based on this aspect, you can see the fish is an interesting model for various biomedical research. So, and I also now would like to give you some interesting fact about the aquaculture very quickly. When I moved to the University Malaysia Terengganu, because my expertise on the muscle growth, then I got a project to work on this muscle growth. So I choose the fish. This is the Tramboides, Malaysian marshal fish. Very, very expensive fish, but very growth is very slow. So I want to, the supplement fish feed with different types of things like sodium alginate, inosine monophosphate, different types of probiotics, and I feed them. I want to study the muscle cellularity, like what about their hyperplastic growth and what about their hypertrophic growth. And also, I want to study the expression of muscle growth related gene. So here, I would like to give you a very brief outline about the muscle growth factor. For example, you can see when the muscle forms from the satellite cell to the myoblast, and myoblast to myotube, and then from myotube to myofiber. This is the muscle formation stage. So among this muscle formation stage, various genes, for example, PAX3, 7, MyoD, myogenin, MEF2, MRF4, SRF, and MYF5. This gene is positively stimulate the muscle growth. So that means if you have the high expression of this gene, you will understand your muscle growth is activated. But in another contrast, a gene known as myostatin is act as the negative regulator. So that means they negatively affect the muscle growth. So this is the one thing. Another thing is like there are some, for example, from the hypothalamus, the growth hormone releasing hormone they release and they stimulate the pituitary gland to release the growth hormone. And this growth hormone act on the liver and they stimulate like IGF-1 and IGF-2. This IGF-1 and IGF-2 stimulate the hypertrophy and hyperplasia. So that means if you want to know the muscle growth pattern, you must need to focus on this gene. This is the negative, and these 4 genes like IGF-1, IGF-2, GH1, and GHRH. So then you can understand the muscle growth pattern of the fish. So then, for example, here I am just giving a brief outline of one of my research. This is, for example, when we supplement the sodium alginate in the Malaysian marshal by different dose, like 0.1%, 0.2%, 0.4%, and 0.8%. You can see like 0.2% and 0.8%, the number of like hypertrophic muscle fiber, like their diameter is more, like 80 micrometer, that increased significantly. At the same time, the small muscle fiber, they also increase significantly. So that means the sodium alginate supplementation improves both hyperplastic and hypertrophic muscle growth. And when we do the real-time gene expression like growth hormone, IGF-1, MyoD, myogenin, that I discussed previously, we can also found that the gene expression of this gene also significantly increased when we supplemented the sodium alginate. That lead to increased muscle growth of this fish. So due to time limitation, I do not go to the all of my research, but you can see like when I was in University Malaysia Terengganu for 2.5 years, I published about 7 or 8 articles in the very good journal. All of these focus on the like muscle growth and growth-related gene expression. So that means that now my conclusion is like fish is an excellent model for muscle development, growth research, aging, and regeneration mechanism. So any of the young students or future researcher, if you want to grow your career in these things, you can choose fish and to do research on this aspect. And now at the Japan, actually I am focusing on research another interesting aspect. Previously I told you that like this is the normal fish, whereas the slow muscle is the superficial layer and horizontal septum. But you know about the tuna. In case of tuna, the slow muscle location is different. Like they are located at the superficial region and the deep region. And in case of shark, they don't have the superficial muscle fiber, slow muscle fiber. They have only the deeper slow muscle fiber. So that means the previous mechanism, like the migration of the axial cell, so it may be different in different fish because these fish have no superficial layers, slow muscle fiber. And they have the deep, tuna have very deep slow muscle fiber. So now my PhD students and master's student, they are studying these interesting things, how actually this slow muscle fiber develop in the fish. So I briefly, for example, the Airlangga University staff and the future colleagues, actually, I am very much interested to establish the collaboration. Now my study, another study also focusing on the population genomics for stock assessment, fisheries conservation and management. Beside the muscle work, now I am working on this, and I had a very, very big project from the USAID in Bangladesh, and I studied last 2 years, and very happily informed to you that like these 2 years, I published more than 10 papers in very high impact journal on this. Some of these are all of these published in like Frontiers in Marine Science, scientific reports, MDPI genes, all about the impact factor about 4 or higher. So these are the population genomics for the stock assessment and fisheries conservation. Another thing is, I'm also interested to do research in marine biology and ecology of the shellfish and mollusk. So particularly now we are focusing on the green mussel, Pernavrilies. So this research also published in this year. And at the same time, I am also working on the crab, like soft shell crab farming, and also the biology and ecology of the crab. So if any of you are interested to collaboration with me or my institute, you are always very much welcome. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Assistant Professor Muhammad Azaduzaman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our 4 keynote speakers. She will deliver a presentation entitled Engineering Tools Boosting the Marine Biorefinery Concept. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Sonia Ventura.
Well, thank you very much. I just need to ask for the last presenter to block the sharing of the...
Oh, okay, sorry.
Please, because otherwise I cannot do it.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Just one moment. Okay, are you seeing my presentation in presentation mode?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Well, let's start then. So thank you very much for your kind introduction and of course for the invitation to be here today. Well, for me, as you already know, it's morning, so good morning for me, good afternoon for you all. And as I was kindly introduced, actually my idea today is to show you some of the results and works that we have been developed in the last years, considering the engineering tools that we are applying to boost the marine biorefinery concept. And more than the concept, our idea is to look into the marine biorefinery strategies, trying to improve them and help academia and industry to proceed. So before I start my scientific presentation, let's say, I will start by presenting the University of Aveiro, and of course I will start by introducing Portugal. So Portugal is a small country, as you can see here in the corner of Europe. We are quite well located in terms of sea and ocean strategy. Aveiro is a small city that is located in the coast of Portugal, as you can see here, and we are located between Oporto and Lisbon. The University of Aveiro has 16 departments. It is a very young university in Portugal, only 46 years. We have 16 departments that are located in the same campus, which is really a very good advantage when we are trying to work in an interdisciplinary way. In terms of the chemistry department, we have 4 main graduations, which are chemistry, biochemistry, chemical engineering, and biotechnology. And then we are helping with some isolated curricular units. We are helping graduations of marine sciences, nanosciences, and nanotechnology. In terms of masters and doctoral programs, of course, that these 4 main areas are also being developed considering master and doctoral programs, namely chemical engineering, chemistry, biochemistry, and then the biotechnology. But then, as you can see here, we have another doctoral programs, some related with sustainable chemistry, refining engineering, and petrochemistry, and so on. One of the things that I want to highlight here is the internationalization that we are trying to focus during these years. So we have here 2 European masters, FAME, which is devoted to the study of functional advanced materials and engineering, and a baby European master that was accepted just this September 2020, which is devoted to the sustainable catalysis. Also, we have some interinstitutional masters which are divided and given by different universities in Portugal, including, of course, University of Aveiro and the chemistry department in particular. Also, in the chemistry department, we are working in a very multifunctional way. So we are also members of the Aveiro Institute of Materials, which is called normally as CISECO. Here I have the internal structure of CISECO described. So as you can see, we are divided in 5 main groups, which are devoted to inorganic functional nanomaterials, multifunctional ferroic ceramics and nanostructures, materials for energy and functional surfaces, biorefinery, biomedical and biomimetic materials. And why I am reading this? Because these 5 groups are working together in a multidisciplinary way, because we are also working considering these lines. So each group is working in a transdisciplinary way, and each line is also giving us some possibilities to work together. So I think I can say that CISEC is actually an associated laboratory of excellence in which the different teams and groups are working in a multidisciplinary way, interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary focus. So, but now today, what I bring here to you to show you today is actually what we are doing in our lab. So as you will probably already understood, we are working in a chemistry department. We have access to different students from different backgrounds. My background is chemical engineering. So our idea was to bring these issues together and try to develop efficient technologies to be able to give some answers in terms of circular economy, blue biorefinery, and also on the control of invasive species, meaning in the management of these species using biotechnology. But in the end, our main idea is to work for society with industry. And in this sense, our main goal is the development of these technologies, but in a biocompatible, economic, and environmentally friendly way, which means in a sustainable way for us. Our major concerns, and for us the big challenges here, are not only to look to the process itself, which means that we are using alternative solvents and we are applying these alternative solvents to develop alternative technologies to process marine raw biomass and also residues. But we also need to look into the overall picture if we are trying to search for the sustainability of the processes and to develop the biorefinery considering the sea. So in this sense, our criteria to develop a process are always the efficiency of the process, the target compounds that we want to recover, and of course, the cost, the biocompatibility, and its environmental impact. But how we are doing this? So the technological processes that we are using are, as I said before, using alternative solvents. So in this slide here, I have just an example of these alternative solvents, which are ionic liquids. Ionic liquids, I hope that some of you at least are familiar with these structures. So these are chemicals that typically consist of organic cation and organic or inorganic anions, but here more than just a general definition, the most important is to see that with this variety of structures and by the combination of these structures, we can play with the properties and we can play using these ionic liquids for specific applications. They are actually very good solvents for a wide range of compounds. And the other advantage is that they can be used together with other alternative solvents. And as examples of these other alternative solvents, I have here surfactants. We are also using copolymers and eutectic solvents. But one of the most important things to highlight here is the fact that these ionic liquids can be conjugated and combined with water, which means that we can use aqueous solutions of these ionic liquids to recover the compounds that we want to apply in the final fields, as you will see in a few slides. So I have here some examples to show you what is the rationale behind the development of our processes, and normally what are the criteria for the development and for the selection of these different processes. So R-phycoerythrin is one phycobiliprotein that is present in red macroalgae and some other cyanobacteria. We have a high diversity of macroalgae, as you know, but this phycobiliprotein seems to be quite interesting considering that they are added value bioactive compounds that can be used in a large variety of applications, from food to pharmacy, medicine, and also renewable energy. The phycobiliproteins normally in red macroalgae are divided by phycoerythrin, phycocyanin, and allophycocyanin, being the phycoerythrin the most abundant and the allophycocyanin the one that is found in more residual extent. These phycobiliproteins are located in the stroma, which is the external structure of the thylakoid membranes, meaning the phycobilisomes, and they are actually used by the macroalgae when the light intensities are so low that the survival of these plants is difficult. So they do the light harvesting pigments in the light harvesting energy, in a more efficient way, and then they spread this light to the chloroplasts where the chlorophylls are included, and then the photosynthesis occur. So because of that, because of this advantage and characteristic, let's say, of these phycobiliproteins and their high solubility in water and high chemical stability, it seems to us that these phycobiliproteins were the ideal compound to test. So we started, and actually this was the first work that we have developed using ionic liquid aqueous solutions. So very briefly, of course, that we have done all the optimizations required to make the solid liquid extraction more efficient. So we have looked not only for the yield of extraction, considering the different ionic liquid aqueous solutions and also different concentrations, but let's start by the beginning. So if you look here in this picture, you have different extracts. These different extracts have different colors, and just to be very brief in my explanation, phycoerythrin is a pink protein, which means that whenever you have an extract that is pinkish, you have more phycobiliproteins, and meaning more phycoerythrin present. When you have this brownish extract, you are also extracting together with the phycobiliproteins, and in particular with the phycoerythrin, you are extracting chlorophylls. So as you can see here, when we play with aqueous solutions of different ionic liquids, different structures, families, anions, etc., we are able to play with the extraction and play with the compounds that we are recovering. This means that we are able to be selective, meaning that the extraction of phycobiliproteins can be done in a more efficient way, and instead of being extracting all the pigments that we have in the biomass. But of course, that the selectivity is not the only criteria that is important to follow. We also have here the yield of extraction of the phycobiliproteins. And as you can see, when we look briefly and we compare the controls with the collinium chloride action, we can see that we can increase up to 50% the yield of extraction. So up to now, we have a selective extraction process and efficient. But then we looked into the crude extract characterization, and using proteomic analysis, we were able to, in fact, prove that the phycobiliproteins are present in our extract, that the phycoerythrin is the most abundant and the allophycocyanine is the less abundant. But then we were also able to observe the presence of other proteins, meaning these non-fluorescent proteins. In this sense, and whenever we want these phycobiliproteins in a pure state, we need to think in the second step, which is the purification. So by purification, what I mean is to separate the fluorescent proteins from the non-fluorescent proteins. This was the first study in which we were trying to use we were trying to separate, the phycobiliproteins from the non-fluorescent proteins. And in this sense, we have used these thermoresponsive systems. These are quite similar to the liquid-liquid extraction systems. However, instead of having an organic phase and an aqueous phase, we have a surfactant poor phase and a surfactant rich phase. This means that for us to pass from one single phase to two macroscopic phases, we normally play not only with the concentration of the surfactant, but we need to play with the temperature, and sometimes you can adjust the system just using some small amounts of a co-surfactant. And this was actually what we have done. So what we have done in this case, we have used different ionic liquids to optimize the purification as co-surfactants. So after the optimization process, considering the surfactant concentration, the extraction time, and the extract concentration, we were able to obtain the final process in which we are not only separating the non-fluorescent proteins from the fluorescent proteins, but then we are separating the phycoerythrin from the others. But if you look into this final process, what you can see is you have three main steps which are related with the first solid liquid extraction, the purification using two different units, using different aqueous micellar two-phase systems, and then the polishing of our compounds with two different units to do this polishing. So this, in this sense, and this means that we have a final process that it's quite complex and it is in batch regime. So our first idea was, okay, so we already know how to do the purification of these phycobiliproteins, but then if we try to sell this to industry from their point of view, this final process is quite complex and it is in a batch regime, which means a less sustainable process. So we start looking into options and strategies to move from the batch regime to the continuous flow. And during that time, I was participating in an international conference and I was able to meet Professor Bologna, which is from the University of Ljubljana. She is an expert in the use of microfluidic devices, and my challenge to her was, why not to try to use these micellar systems, implement them in a microfluidic system, and try to see if this is possible to do and at what price. So after a very complicated preparation and assembly of the device, the results came out. So we have the same purity when we compare the batch regime with the continuous flow, but we have some advantages by using the microfluidics, meaning 13% more selective, this process, and then of course, 20 times faster. I'm sorry. But again, from the industrial point of view, the question of the complexity is still remaining. So as you can see, different steps. Even if you are in a continuous flow, you have different steps, so you have losses. So we start again thinking, okay, this is not a very sustainable process. Let's try to make this simpler. And we start looking into the literature and we saw that, well, the induced precipitation is one of the most common processes that are being used to obtain proteins from liquids. So let's try to see if induced precipitation could be a good approach in this case. So this is actually a work that is under development. I am actually right now correcting the paper. And in this sense, the idea was, okay, let's forget the common ammonium sulfate and let's try to use other salts, polymers, copolymers, or even ionic liquids as precipitation agents. So as I said before, the paper is not still yet out, and that's why we don't have too much details on this table, but these details are enough for you to understand that we have made a screening of different polymers, copolymers, and salts. We have compared the results with the sodium sulfate results, which is the common or the control, let's say, in the induced precipitation, and we have tested different concentrations. In the end, we have a set of different precipitating agents, a set of 3 different concentrations, and we were also able to check if a second step using an ultrafiltration could be or not a good option. So in the end of our study, what we have able to prove so far was that we can develop 2 different approaches. If you want, or if your application only requires the phycobiliproteins in rich extract and you don't need to have just a specific protein, you can use this first approach. But then if you need to have just the phycoerythrin in a pure state, you can use the second approach and have the phycoerythrin in a pure state, as you can see in the figure. Then we have also checked the purity. So we checked the numbers that we have obtained with the STS page. The purity is okay, and the chemical stability, considering the use of circular dichroism. And again, we have chemical stability checked in liquid state. So because we are always thinking on this simpler process to make them sustainable, to be able to, in the future, use these systems in industry, we of course need to look into other details of the process. So we looked into an economic analysis. The story, to make it short, is that this system is of course cheaper than the others that we have developed so far, and it is more environmentally friendly, which was defined by the carbon footprint of the different processes that we have so far to purify the phycoerythrin. But as I mentioned during the presentation, the purity is always a demand of the application. And in this case, in our group, we are starting now to look into the different applications, trying to improve some of the application that already exists, or trying to figure out some new applications for our products. So here we have a very specific case in which we are using the phycoerythrin as an optically active center. So these optically active centers help capturing and guiding the emitted radiation in the luminescent solar concentrators, which are devices that are located in the edge of the photovoltaic cells, and thus they are helping the total internal reflection of the light into energy in the PVC cells. So when we start looking into this, we were able to be successful in the use of phycoerythrin as an optically active center, looking into the use of hollow fibers, as you can see here. But then when we move from the liquid state to the solid state to be implemented in planar luminescent solar concentrators, we have some problems. And these problems are mostly related with the photochemical stability. And so in this point, this is the point where we are. We are now trying to figure out how to use this phycoerythrin in solid state, in solid materials, to be able to make this capture of light efficient, but at the same time maintaining the photochemical stability of the protein. But of course that we are not just interested in macromolecules or proteins, we are also interested in other pigments and in other compounds. Here I have just two examples to show you briefly what we are also looking into. So we have done the development of a system and a process that is enabling us to have chlorophylls purified and separated from the carothenoids, which are the other hydrophobic pigments that normally we have in macro or even in microalgae. And here the idea was to, at the same time that we were developing the process, we noticed that some degradation was checked in the chlorophyll A, which we were monitoring by UHPL CMS. So in the end of this process, what we were able to patent actually was not only the ionic liquid was used to make the purification of chlorophylls and separate them from the carothenoids, but then the chlorophyll A, that is the most abundant chlorophyll present in the green macroalgae that we have used, was pre-treated by the presence of the ionic liquid, and we were moving from the chlorophyll A to the thiophorbid A, which is actually the compound that is normally used as photosensitizer to be applied in the photodynamic therapy. So right now we already have patented the process. Right now we are trying to test and see if it could be an efficient process or not, if the purity is enough to proceed. Another example, and just to finalize this presentation, because I understand that maybe it could be too much information, but carothenoids are also very important for us. They are also pigments, but the question is that depending on the species and depending on the macro or microalgae, we can have very interesting carothenoids from the industrial and commercial point of views. So in this sense, we have developed different processes which were enabling us to recover fucoxanthin, for example, from the macroalgae. We have used tensioactive compounds due to the fact that these fucoxanthin and carothenoids in general are quite hydrophobic. And so in the end, we were able to remove the carothenoids and to purify the fucoxanthin, which is also actually another patent that we have. But here, the most important, at least for me, is not to show the patents that I have, is actually to show what is the rationale behind our action when we are doing the development of purification systems. And normally these purifications are developed considering the final application. So in this case here, what I have is the purification using a liquid-liquid extraction to obtain this fucoxanthin and some other xanthophylls. And because we have developed a scalable process in a continuous flow, we were also trying to use these extracts that can be obtained quite easily in the development of biomaterials. So in here, this is another work that is under preparation right now. But here what I have to say is that we were able to improve by including and embedding these extracts in the biomaterials based in chitosan. We were able to improve the mechanical parameters, the antioxidant activity, the stability of these biomaterials when they are in the presence of water, and elasticity, which seems very important issues for the food industry. So this is the summing up of my talk today. We are still interested in to recover other components from seaweeds, for example, sulfated polysaccharides or mycosporine-like amino acids. And normally our interests are following the interests or the problems that the industry of the field have. And we are doing this by the development of processes using biotic mixtures or solvents, or even edible oils, because as I said before during this talk, our idea is to have sustainability in our technologies. We are also starting to use conventional or functionalized absorbent materials, and by functionalized, we are talking about functionalize these absorbent materials with some structures of ionic liquids to be very specific in the purification that we want, but of course that we are always expecting to reach efficient processes and less complex, which means sustainable processes. So with this, I came up to the end of my talk. I would like to thank again for the kind invitation to do this presentation and to show some of the works that we are developing up to now. And of course that I really want to acknowledge your kind attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Sonia. Okay, thank you very much for all keynote speakers for their informative and interesting talk. Very well, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to question and answer session. I will check in chat menu. Question from Skalalis Diana. Hello, Mrs. Skalalis, are you there? Hello.
Hello again.
Okay. Okay. Please ask your question for Mr. Asaduzaman. All right.
I have the question. I have the question for Mr. Asaduzaman. The first is, wait a minute. My question to Mr. Asaduzaman is: there is an end goal from your research as a whole? And the second one is: what relation between knowing the fish muscle fiber with its conservation and all stock assessment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, like as I discussed, like the fish muscle development and growth, there are many interesting interesting things. And, for example, my lab in Japan, like our professor lab, they're studying how the indeterminate growth and control and how it can be applied in mammals. How can we prevent the sarcopenia? Like that's the problem happens in the human. So our lab is still many students doing the PhD and masters. But at my stage, when I did my PhD research, I just developed like some mechanism of the indeterminate muscle growth. But the research is very long process. Still many research is doing on this aspect to know how the knowledge from the fish can be applied to the human related muscle disease. But based on my experience, for example, now I am working in Bangladesh, where our main goal is mostly on the applied research, not so much the basic research. But I little modified my experience. For example, like in the aquaculture nutrition, most of the research, like they say, like, for example, supplementing some materials, increase the fish growth. But I would like to go more deeper, like how this muscle growth actually happens by knowing their cellular level and also at the molecular level. So still regarding your first questions, we have a long goal, but it's still we have too long way to go. And I think many researchers should follow it. One of my objective actually today presentation is the young researcher or young the students, those who want to work on the some interesting aspect of the fish, their muscle development and aging, they can get some idea from my presentation. And okay, and regarding the second question, actually, of course, the fish muscle fiber cannot be directly related to the conservation and stock assessment. Actually, this is my another project. For example, this is the genetic variation or genetic differentiation, because, in all of my South Asian country, actually, our fisheries manager, like fisheries management, we mostly ignored the genetic discrimination. But this genetic discrimination is very, very important for fisheries management aspect. So I think this one maybe actually it's not the fish muscle, but I presented today, I gave some my research that focus on the like fish population genomics and how it can be applied to in the fisheries management. This is now my another important research goal in my future research, and we already established this research and the research group. So thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Professor Muhammad Asaduzaman. And the question from Mr. Anur Ahadi. Okay, please welcome.
Do you hear my voice?
Okay, I hear you.
Okay, my voice. You can hear my voice?
No.
Yes.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. To Dr. Sonia, I want to ask about, do you have experience on purification and develop on phycocyanin? And because some algae like Ficus alvarii, they have phycocyanin large than phycoerythrin, and this pigment will cover the phycoerythrin.
Yes, actually, we have developed some processes to obtain the phycocyanin because it is also a macromolecule with very interesting properties and very interesting applications. We are also trying to look into the use of phycocyanin as a photosensitizer to the photodynamic therapy as well. And because of that, we were able to remove it from microalgae actually. So we were working on processes, and if you want, then I can send you details by email or we can talk. But we are developing processes using ionic liquids to make this purification and the extraction and the purification of the phycocyanin. But because we were interested in the compound, not so much in the biomass, we were removing the phycocyanin from this spirulina. But of course, that the processes can be readapted considering the different biomasses. So it's completely possible, and we already have some clues of how to do it.
Okay, I got it. Because it's interesting because we have macroalgae in Indonesia. We have a lot of much biomass about this product. Okay.
Yes, of course. It's just a matter of trying to do something. If you need some advices or if you need to talk about the work that you are doing, we can do it for sure. No problem at all. We can help you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
welcome.
thank you, Mr. Hadi. And I got last question for this session. from Tara Bening Sandrina. Okay, please, Tara Bening. Tara.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the
Hello.
opportunity. My name is Tara. My name is Tara Bening. I'm a freshman in Aquaculture Study, Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. I want to ask to both of the speakers, what is your opinion on the research that found microplastic on fish, water, and salt? And the second question is, I want to ask how plastic pollution in the ocean can affect aquaculture and fisheries sector. Thank you.
Okay, please, Professor Asaduzaman.
Okay, so actually, although it's a little bit out of this today presentation, but of course I have some experience on this because now our another group is working on the microplastic from our university. Of course, you know, the microplastic is very important issue for the aquaculture or even marine fisheries. And you can see like thousands of articles already published on the negative impact of the microplastic on the fish, water, and even of the like other places. You know, the microplastic is a hazardous compound for our health. Now the contamination of the fish and water with the microplastic is very alarming. So I think now almost many countries, you know, like already starting to the ban of the plastic. For example, in the Japan, from the last week, is you know, if you any shop cannot give you the free plastic, you need to give high money if you want to get the plastic to like get at your shopping to the home. So of course, I think every country we need to focus on the reduction of the plastic. And of course, you know, this is very alarming for the marine fisheries. In the YouTube, you can see many documentary how the plastic is negatively affecting the biodiversity and other fish. So I think it's really very high impact on the fisheries sectors, particularly in the marine section. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Asaduzaman. And for Professor Sonia Ventura, please answer.
Well, it's completely out of my scope actually, but of course that we are included in the chemistry department, so we have some colleagues that are working on this and are trying to figure out what could be the solutions to try to mitigate, not completely probably, but trying to mitigate these problems. In terms of aquaculture and fishery sectors, I think that this could be problematic for sure when we are talking about fish from the sea. When we are talking about aquaculture, I think, at least I have the hope that we can try to manipulate the entrance of these microplastics using some filters or so on. And this is actually one of the things that the Portuguese company that we are working together in collaboration is quite aware of, and they are trying to figure out some strategies to prevent the entrance of these microplastics. They are using the salt water from the sea. Well, it's not completely, yeah, it is a sea, but they have this aquaculture that is an integrated multi-trophic aquaculture in which they have much control on the species and much control on the conditions of aquaculture. And I think that this could be a very good strategy. I don't know if it is a solution, but I think and I hope that it could be a very good strategy for aquaculture and fishery sectors. They are using the water from the fish as food for the macroalgae production. And so I think and I hope that this could be more controllable, let's say. But well, that's a very big problem that we have so far, and that will stay for long years.
Okay, thank you. Tara Bening.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
you are welcome. And for my question for Professor Dr. Muhammad Asaduzaman, I'm very interested about BIFAF. And did you research on BIFAF muscle?
Sorry?
Sorry, did you research on BIFAF muscle?
Yeah, yes. Now I another have a big project from my government. Actually, many of my students now they are working on the bivalves. So because in Bangladesh the bivalve we have bivalve like C, but the thing is the people not consume bivalve. Understand? So but now our government is to very much interested to establish the cultural system of the bivalve, and they want to export this bivalves to the nearby country. So I received a big grant to start the research from the beginning, like its biology, feeding habit, and culture systems, and everything. So just last 2-3 years we did a lot of research on its biology, ecology, and from these years, we are now implementing the culture system, different culture system, and try to develop the culture system in context of the Bangladesh. And I think last 2 years, we also have several good publication on this Bible.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And very well, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of presentation. Oh, sorry, maybe I have any question? Sorry, from Mr. Skalalis Diana again. Okay. Hello.
Again. Hello again. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay.
I have question for Dr. Ventura. The first question is, do you think there is differences between purification from species and genus, like Gracilaria cornea or only Gracia spp, like that?
No, well, I'm sorry for this so direct answer. This no is just because we have tested different processes in different species and genus. And when we look, for example, for different kinds of Gracilaria, what we noticed so far is that the process can be transversal to these different genus. And this is not just for the macroalgae, it's also for the microalgae. One of the important things and the criteria for, or the mechanisms behind this extraction and purification is normally related with the structure of membranes or the structure of the cells, the morphology. So if you have a solvent that is able to interact with this specific part of the cell by this mechanism, it will be happening and working independently of the species or genus. Of course, that if the mechanism is really specific for a species, it will be not so efficient in the others, for example, but it will work for sure, at least from our experience. We already have done this, trying to be transversal, or trying that our processes could be transversal from species and genus to genus, and it works. Even for microalgae, it works.
Okay.
Okay,
Enough.
but I have the second one question. Why do you interesting with the green chemistry?
Well, this probably gives us a paper, a review. Well, the question is that we are chemical engineers, so we start by looking into these technologies. So in the end of the day, what we want is an efficient process that can be scalable and can be used by industry. This is the point. But then we start looking into other details that includes the sustainability concept. And one of these details that are not a detail, are a very interesting topic and needed topic, is green chemistry. So our idea is always try to develop efficient processes, not only in terms of field of extraction or purification level, but also look into the systems, the processes, the solvents, the conditions that we are using. Because if we are following the green chemistry principles, for sure the processes will be efficient and will be able to be applied by industry. So this means that we have to consider and to have notion of different aspects. For example, when you are using alternative solvents and we are developing these technologies, these were topics that I was not mentioning, but we are also looking into other questions, for example, the toxicity of these solvents to water compartments, or the cytotoxicity of these compounds, if they are even in small amounts, if they are in your products, if you are applying them in the pharmaceutical, cosmetic, or even in the food industry, we need to be sure that you have all the green chemistry principles on this process. You need to have into account the problems that you can have if these solvents are even in a residual amount in your product. You need to be careful with the toxicity of the synthesis that was leading to the final solvent that you are using. So it's not just efficiency. We need to be sure that we are trying to guarantee as much as possible the sustainability. And this sustainability topic for us is quite wide open. So it's from the solvents, the production of the solvents, the sustainability, meaning the environmental impact, efficiency, and economic analysis of the process. And then when you have your process, you need to take into account the effluents that you are promoting. If you have effluents, how can you, for example, recycle the solvents, because then you are decreasing the environmental impact and the economic impact. So everything actually is connected. So for me, when I am talking about sustainability, I am talking about green chemistry, circular economy, efficiency, purity, toxicity, and so on. That's why we are so interested and we are so into these topics. I hope that my answer was quite...
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And last question from Professor Sri Subekti. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Asad. Assalamualaikum. Dr. Asad, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, fine.
Thank you. You join in this event. According to your presentation, it's very interesting presentation, and maybe my question is, you got 2 master degree and 2 PhD degree. My question is,
Sri, suaranya hilang, Prof.
Pardon?
Suaranya hilang tadi.
Oh ya?
Iya.
Ya, sorry. Sudah? It's okay? Mas Kiki?
Sudah ada lagi.
Okay. After you got to master degree and to PhD degree, and my question is, what's your focus in your work in Chittagong University? Yes.
So okay, thank you. Everybody asks me these questions actually, because actually, you know, my 2 PhD degree is in completely 2 different fields, I can say you. because when I graduated in aquaculture, then I do masters and PhD in aquaculture. But after that, I become interested to know the little biotechnology, you know. So that time I got opportunity to come to Japan as the PhD student on the aquatic molecular biology and biotechnology. So in that case, actually, I work on the bioinformatics and core molecular biology. So, but although I know, of course, it takes long time because after my graduation, I think about 10 or 12 years, I still continue my study. So, but at the same time, now I am at the good stage because I have a very good knowledge about the basic aquaculture. And at the same times, I have knowledge on the bioinformatics and molecular biology. So at the same time now, after going back to the Bangladesh, my country, now, you know, I can like combinedly use these two techniques like aquaculture and molecular biology. And by combining these two, I have some good opportunity to do some good research and some publications and others. But at last, I like to do research. So actually, you know, doing two PhD is nothing, just doing research, some research, I think. So that's
success for you or your postdoc in Tokyo University. And I know you work hard in your university during I visited your university.
yeah. Oh,
Thank
yes.
you.
I am actually, you know, last time when I was in Bangladesh, I invited Professor Sri Subekti to the conference organized by my university.
Yeah.
But after that, I came to Japan for 2 years as a postdoctoral researcher. And I will go back to my country like this November.
Yeah.
And I think, of course, maybe we can establish some collaboration within your university, like student exchange, some like research also. Like our university is also very new university, very small university, but we are focusing on to do some good research on fisheries actually.
Yeah, thank you for your coming in our university.
Yeah, thank you.
And I hope our staff from Airlangga University can join with your research. Thank you.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
success for Dr. Asad.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of presentation. We would like to say thanks again for all the keynote speakers for their informative and interesting talk, and to audience for your active presentation. Sorry, for active participation. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficially for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And back to MC.
Thank you.
We would like to
thank
the excellencies of our keynote speakers, Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzaman and Professor Sonia Ventura, and also to our moderator, Mr. Kustiawan. Thank you very much for your informative presentation. We also would like to present our gratitude to the keynote speakers by presenting their certificate.
Okay, on behalf of the committee, I would like to share the certificate of appreciation. Well, actually, I prefer to hand it personally to you, to both of you. But since now we are in global pandemic, so I will share this certificate later on to your email address. Nevertheless, on behalf of the committee, we really thank you for your time and also for your valuable presentation that you share with all of us today. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
MC, please proceed to the next agenda.
Right. With the ending of this discussion marks an end to our afternoon session. The next agenda is closing remarks by our third Vice Dean of Research and International Cooperation of Fisheries and Marine Faculty, Universitas Airlangga, Mrs. Wahyu Cahyaningsih. Mrs. Wahyu Cahyaningsih, time is yours.
Thank you for MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we thank God who blesses us also that the first annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology can be well organized. To the participants of the international conference, we would like to convey our appreciation for your participation during the conference. We also thank keynote speakers, Prof. Albert, PhD, Associate Professor Nurul Huda, PhD, Assistant Professor Muhammad Asaduzaman, PhD, and Assistant Professor Sonia Ventura, PhD, who has delivered his presentation. Thanks also to the moderator, Mr. Koyatul and Mr. Kustiawan, who has led the discussion well, and also the organizing committee. Thank you to fellow lecturers and students of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine who attended this international conference. We hope to meet again next year in the second annual meeting on fisheries and marine biotechnology, of course, with more interesting topic. On behalf of the organizing committee, we apologize if there are things that are not pleasing. Go to the market to buy fish. There are only 2 fish in the location. Thank you, I really wish. We will see in another good occasion. Finally, in the name of God, I declare this occasion officially closed. Thank you. I'm back. The time for MC.
Thank you to Mrs. Wahyu for the heartwarming speech. With the closing remark being said, it also marks the end of this annual meeting, but I hope that anytime in the future, we will always be friends and colleagues. Before I end my speech here, I would like to inform to all of the participants that tomorrow and for the other day after tomorrow, Fisheries and Marine Faculty of Universitas Airlangga Surabaya will also hold another conference. At 10th of September, which is tomorrow, we will have INCOFIMS, which is International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences, with the theme of Challenges and Strategies for the Development of Sustainable Aquaculture and Fisheries, and also with many more keynote speakers from around the world. And the second one, on 11th September, which is on Friday, we also will have the first international conference on biotechnology and food sciences, also with many more keynote speakers around the world. So we would like to inform you guys to be there as well, just like what we did today. As the Master of Ceremony, I would like to say thank you for your participation and willingness to be here from the very start until now. To be noted by all participants, the certificate will be sent to you by email personally by our committee very soon after you have done to fill all questionnaires. I hope that we all had a mesmerizing experience today, and we are sorry for any inconvenience that we unintentionally made. It was such a beautiful experience for me to be the Master of Ceremony to all of you, and we very much hope to see you again next year at the second annual meeting on Fisheries and Marine Biotechnology. Thank you for your participation and see you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Itu Pak Wahyu. Tidak tambah nanti. Tidak tambah nanti.
Terima kasih ya.
Ya Bu. Ya Bu. Saya Bu.
Bisa lagi. Pak Iki, terima kasih Pak Iki.
Top terbaik.
Sekarang gitu ke kampus. Sip.
Loh kok?
Bismillah Pak.
Terus ini link yang untuk itu apa Mas Wahyu?
Oh, Bu.
Link untuk evaluasi?
Sudah tadi Bu. Saya
pakai.
Hah? Persiapan besok tuh loh.
Atau nanti malam atau sekarang Bu?
Iya Bu, saya tak
istirahat dulu ya Bu ya.
1
Ya.
jam gitu Bu, saya tidur.
Oh ya wes. Habis istirahat. Nah gini. Yang terkait dengan itu loh, apa PPT segala poster itu loh.
Kantina ya, Bu.
Sampai
kayaknya hari ini nggak ada kendala ya. Hari ini sudah nggak ada kendala
hari ini sudah Bu. Jadi sudah
nggak ada kendala kan?
Hari ini tidak ada kendala Bu. Tidak ada.
Iya.
Untuk besok tidak, tinggal menunggu saja dari peserta. Kita sudah himbau.
Banyak banget.
Apa nggak usah? Kan backdropnya kan sudah diganti ya, sudah ini ya, kita ganti aja deh yang sekarang.
Nah itu yang kita belum dapat.
Gimana? Backdropnya pakai yang mana ini?
Pakai yang kemarin enggak apa-apa Bu.
Oh. Live ya? Nge-live ya? Nge-live ya? Ganti dong, yang itu dong. Yang itu. Gigiku jadi warna biru.
Yang ini?
Berarti bos sekarang bisa. Bos sekarang bisa.
Salah.
Dulu
ya,
belum
dulu
apa?
Dulu belakangnya.
Saya belakang. Yang gini. Kayak gini.
Hijau atau biru? Pakai yang hijau atau biru?
Iya. Atau yang biru ini diganti, Nak. Yang biru ini diganti tulisannya aja Bu, apa Bu ya?
Biru.
Sama-sama biru ini aja Bu ya. Diganti tulisannya ya.
Ini inkopif yang Pak Sofi itu.
Enggak, inkopif dibuat sama backgroundnya atau beda? Beda.
Ini aku inkofim.
Ya wes, ini aja inkopif ini.
Bu, sertifikat untuk Inkofim sudah selesai semua, sudah di Pak Amin. Tinggal proses penambahan tanda tangan Bu.
Loh, email.
Ya, itu di Pak Amin Bu. Tadi sudah di
Pak Amin mana? Pak Amin mana? Pak Amin, Mas Amin. Email aja ke Mbak Dwi Retno.
Atau nanti langsung saya kirim Mbak Retno sekarang.
Dikirim Mbak Retno.
Ya.
Sama termasuk ini ya, sama invited-nya kan juga dikasih ya?
Ya. Kirim kali Bu.
Dan musim batin lah Om.
Besok aja Bu, best oral, best om.
Download.
Ini
panitia ngumpul lagi.
Ini ada nih.